Chapter 1127. Far away, for Gu immortals arrived together. Feng Yuan had a solemn expression. He looked at them without blinking. The truth was, this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Feng Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this He Fan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant. It did not react. Feng Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while, the four Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Feng Yuan did not move. He was on full alert. Sinner Immortal Chen Qi greets my tribe's superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown. He wore a green-gray robe. His hair was white. After seeing Feng Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner Immortal? Feng Yuan had a thought. He quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title, Superior Immortal. My name is He Cheng City. I was fortunate enough to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and enter the Grotto Heaven. To think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Feng Yuan had turned into He Cheng this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel-yellow skies, even if He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about He tribe's movements. Even though He Cheng went missing and lost He tribe's immortal Gu house, this did not stop him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Feng Yuan had all of He Cheng's memories. His disguise was perfect. There were no loopholes. Chen Qi raised his head, looking at Feng Yuan with a look of praise. He Cheng was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains. He had an elegant demeanor. Many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Feng Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than He Cheng's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant. Anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the four Gu immortals, two were women. Seeing Feng Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Chen Qi bowed again. Superior Immortal He Cheng has a dazzling demeanor. We He tribe sinners have waited for so many years. You have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask, what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Feng Yuan frowned and asked directly. Chen Qi was about to answer when a voice came from afar. It's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of He tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch He Fan, He Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my He tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time, but they failed to look after her, causing He Fengyue to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. I am of the bloodline. Thus, they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Zheng Tuo, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. Feng Jun and Zhou Min had rank 6 aura. Feng Yuan's gaze swept past them. Zheng Tuo was flying at the front. He was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Feng Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back. When he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Feng Yuan feel very surprised. A blood path Gu immortal actually appeared here openly, but the other Gu immortals were indifferent? They seemed to be used to it. Don't tell me this person doesn't primarily cultivate blood path, but a secondary path? Even if it is a secondary path, it cannot be seen. Feng Yuan was a little puzzled. If it was in the 5 regions, such a blood path demonic immortal would be hated by everyone. But now, it seemed that this person was doing quite well. Not only was he not suppressed, he even had 2 subordinates. These 2 subordinates were really daring. They were not afraid of this leader attacking them to increase their battle strength. The 3 immortals flew closer. They greeted Feng Yuan one by one. They were very respectful. But Fang Yuan could see that one of the Gu immortals, Feng Jun, did not mean what he said. He seemed to have a bad impression of him. He sneaked a few glances at him. He had an unfriendly gaze. Actually, the others were the same. Be it Chen Qi or the other Gu immortals, they had a solemn and cautious attitude towards Fang Yuan. They showed good intentions while concealing ill intentions. Their attitude was quite strange. After the three immortals got to know Fang Yuan, they greeted Chen Qi and the other three Gu immortals. They spoke plainly. They did not gather together. They floated in the sky, separating into two groups. Fang Yuan saw all of this. He was chatting happily on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. How many friends are there in this Heifan Grotto heaven? Fang Yuan thought about it. He asked directly. Not many. Other than the 7 of us here, there are 2 others. Chen Qi immediately replied, I believe they will arrive soon. Superior immortals descend, the heavenly spirit welcomes them. 10 chimes resounded in the world. They have all been to Immortal Succession Mountain before. They know what it means. Immortal Succession Mountain? Fang Yuan remembered this name. He did not ask about it. As expected, like he said, 2 more Gu immortals appeared. They were both men. They came to greet Fang Yuan. Like the other Gu immortals, they had strange expressions. The Gu immortals gathered. At this time, the heavenly spirit moved. Its body shook. It let out a loud chime as it floated forward. The heavenly spirit wants to lead us to Immortal Succession Mountain. Please follow us. Chen Qi saw this and quickly said. Fang Yuan nodded. He was vigilant as he followed the brass bell heavenly spirit. In this situation, he was alone. The other party had 9 Gu immortals, 2 rank 7s and 7 rank 6s. If they suddenly attacked Fang Yuan from all directions, the result would be unpredictable. However, even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, since it could welcome Fang Yuan, it meant that it was carrying out Heifan's will. It was not completely unreliable. Earlier, Fang Yuan had already seen through it. These people were not on the same side. They had their own factions. The next 2 were even more uncoordinated. They seemed to be lone cultivators. Precisely so, Fang Yuan chose to travel with these Gu immortals. He observed them and did not make a move. The heavenly spirit did not fly quickly. Fang Yuan did not use the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It flew beside him. In this situation, he did not dare to keep the upper extreme heavenly eagle in his immortal aperture. If something happened, even if the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not kill the enemy, it could attract their attention. Along the way, Fang Yuan conversed with the other Gu immortals. Initially, these people were very wary of Fang Yuan. They were fearful of him and naturally kept a distance from him. But what was Fang Yuan's experience? In his previous life, he had been through many hardships. He had incredible interpersonal skills. Soon, Fang Yuan became familiar with them. Gradually, the sound of laughter could be heard from the group. Sister, look at this Hei Cheng, as expected of a superior immortal from the main tribe. Such elegance, no wonder it is him. I'm afraid only someone like him is worthy of old ancestor Heifan's true inheritance. In the group, a female Gu immortal with 2 buns of hair. She was pretty and lively. She secretly transmitted as she stared at Fang Yuan's back. It was one of the female immortals of Chen Qi's 4 immortals. The female Gu immortal who was called Sister was rather elegant and dignified. After hearing her companion's words, she transmitted and teased. Hee, sister, I think you are in love. That's right, such a person is a dragon among men. He seems to be young, he has high cultivation level, he is also elegant and refined, he quotes classics when he speaks, he is very persuasive, he even knows how to joke around. It is very interesting to talk to him. Sigh, I wonder if there are many people like him in the outside world? What is the outside world like in Northern Plains? Fang Yuan's ears trembled slightly. He heard the contents of these transmissions without missing a single word. This pair of Gu immortals who looked like sisters were using an ancient method to communicate. It was already obsolete in Northern Plains. Because of this, Fang Yuan could easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Even though this was a grotto heaven and mortal Gu were prohibited, Fang Yuan was not mistreated. This made Fang Yuan feel slightly assured. Actually, not just these 2 female Gu immortals, the other Gu immortals were also communicating. It was just that they were not as frequent as these two. The other Gu immortals were basically discussing and guessing Fang Yuan's background and battle strength. The latter was the main point. To think that this person has rank 7 cultivation level. On our side, only old immortal Chen Qi and brother Zheng Tuo have the same cultivation level as him. Even though he does not have any immortal Gu aura on him, the eagle flying around him is not ordinary. This eagle is somewhat strange. It seems to be a desolate beast, but its aura is not ordinary. Our grotto heavens have desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts, but their auras cannot compare to this eagle. After some discussion, someone could not restrain himself and asked, "Upper Immortal, I see that this eagle is extraordinary, it is a divine steed, but none of us know about it. May I ask what its origin is?" Fang Yuan took a look and saw that the person who asked was the Gu immortal called Feng Jun. Fang Yuan's mind moved as he smiled calmly. Good eyesight, you can see that my beloved eagle is extraordinary. This is the upper extreme heavenly eagle. I wonder if you have heard of it? If it is raised, it will become an immemorial desolate beast. But right now, it can barely be used as a means of transportation. It cannot compare to the other ancient desolate beasts. Immemorial desolate beast. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Countless heated, surprised, and shocked gazes gathered on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, continuously assessing it. Fang Yuan's casual words were like a bomb exploding in the immortals' hearts. These Gu immortals' expressions changed, they could not conceal the shock in their hearts. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more respectful and restrained. Fang Yuan was not overbearing, he had a smile on his face like before. But this smile, in the eyes of the other Gu immortals, felt very different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, immemorial desolate beast. Chapter 11:28. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is actually an immemorial desolate beast. No wonder it gave me such a strong feeling. If we want to deal with this person, we need to deal with this eagle first. Did you forget what he said earlier? Other than this eagle, he has a few other ancient desolate beasts. Is he an enslavement path Gu immortal? If he is an enslavement path Gu immortal, he will be much easier to deal with. After all, this path is most afraid of beheading the leader. Even if he has become an immortal, we are still Gu immortals. Not necessarily. Don't be anxious, we will see the results on Immortal Succession Mountain. Even when the immortals flew to Immortal Succession Mountain, there were still Gu immortals talking about the upper extreme heavenly eagle. This was not strange. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength when they reached adulthood. This was a huge shock to the immortals. Fang Yuan listened to their words, but on the surface he was still talking cheerfully, no one could see any flaws in his act. Unknowingly, the immortals' guesses towards him had already been distorted. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. The more wrong their guesses were, the greater his advantage. If they really treated him as an enslavement path Gu immortal, they would have to experience the power of strength path Gu immortals and transformation path Gu immortals. On the contrary, during the conversation, Fang Yuan kept probing them. He gathered a lot of valuable information. These Gu immortals seem to have been isolated from the world for too long. They are not skilled in fighting. Not only are they verbally, they are not as crafty as the outside world. I can easily find out a lot of information. And they are not shrewd enough. Their methods are also limited to the past. They are very old. All in all, there are 2 groups of Gu immortals here. One is led by old immortal Chen Qi. The 4 Gu immortals are related by blood. The other is the 3 golden orchid immortals, Zheng Tuo, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. They are actually led by a blood path immortal. As for the remaining 2, they are as I expected. They have been acting alone, living in seclusion. Fang Yuan snickered coldly in his mind. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Fan Grotto Heaven naturally had many conflicts. But it was clear that this world was very shallow. The level of disputes was very low. Gu immortals were not skilled in fighting. Compared to Northern Plains, they paled in comparison. And most importantly, these Gu immortals had limited knowledge. Fang Yuan had already figured it out. These Gu immortals could not communicate with jewel yellow skies. They did not even know of the existence of jewel yellow skies. However, considering that they were descendants of criminals, it was understandable why old ancestor He Fan forbade them from coming into contact with jewel yellow skies. After all, if he could communicate with jewel yellow skies, it would be completely different. Not to mention the ever-changing methods, they could exchange information. Even if there was no trade, they could gain experience. It was also an excellent opportunity for growth. The immortal succession mountain stood alone and was not a famous mountain or great river. It was divided into 10 levels, small at the top and large at the bottom. There were obvious traces of artificial carvings. The foot of the mountain was surrounded by dense forests. The vast amount of resources it contained made Feng Yuan have a whole new level of respect for it. Although He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the rest of the world, there were no calamities or tribulations. Without communicating with jewel yellow skies, the resources accumulated inside were simply too rich. The immortals followed the brass heavenly spirit. They landed in the only stone pavilion at the peak of the mountain. The stone pavilion was ancient and had a simple structure. Even though it was only a pavilion, it had a grand aura. The 8 pillars that supported the stone pavilion were extremely thick. There was only one stone tablet in the pavilion. It was the most eye-catching. The stone tablet was huge like an elephant. It almost occupied the entire pavilion. There were words carved on it. The brass bell heavenly spirit entered the stone pavilion and hung on the beam of the pavilion. There was a hook there. It stopped moving. Old Immortal Chun Chi said, "Lord Immortal, you must have many questions in your heart. Take a look at this stone tablet. It should be able to answer your questions." Feng Yuan had already stopped and inspected it. After a long while, he understood everything. Back then, He Fan's beloved granddaughter, He Fengyu, disappeared mysteriously. Attitude Gu was missing. He Fan lost his beloved granddaughter, but he was powerless. His lifespan was near its end. He could only place his immortal aperture and absorb the immemorial azure heaven fragment, losing his freedom. Several He tribe Gu immortals were not careful enough. They were imprisoned in He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. Not only did he restrict their freedom, he even forced them to hand over their immortal apertures and fuse them into He Fan Grotto Heaven. This way, He Fan Grotto Heaven became even larger. Before He Fan annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, he had already left behind the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He made arrangements and left behind his true inheritance. He was still concerned about his beloved granddaughter. He wanted descendants to investigate her whereabouts. Thus, he added a crucial point to his final method, that was the aura of Attitude Gu. He thought, even if he did not show up with He tribe's strength back then, they would be able to find He Fengyu and retrieve Attitude Gu. But the truth was he was too optimistic. Or rather, his kinship made him unwilling to accept the cruel truth. He felt that He Fengyu was more likely to be alive. Because of this mistake, He Fan's true inheritance was not inherited. Until now, an outsider, Feng Yuan, took over and opened the heavenly crystal eagle nest. This was old ancestor He Fan's mistake. But He Fan was still a rank 8 great expert. Before he died, he realized his mistake. He thought, if no one in his tribe could inherit his true inheritance, what would he do? If that happened, He tribe would either be destroyed or fall, with no descendants to nurture. He Fan had thought, if that was the case, he might as well start anew and let these people in the Grotto Heaven inherit his true inheritance and make it flourish. Because they had pure He tribe bloodline. Thus, after He Fan created the heavenly crystal eagle nest, before he died, he set a new rule for his true inheritance. He set a time limit. Hundreds of years later, if no one in his tribe succeeded in inheriting his true inheritance, he could guide the descendants in the Grotto Heaven to explore Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain their own immortal opportunities. The inscriptions on the stone tablet stated, "Old ancestor, He Fan, left behind his own true inheritance at the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain." He also set up all sorts of small inheritances before his lifespan ran out and he died. The rest of He tribe's sinful immortals cried out in pain. They felt that they had let him down. They were willing to die together with him. But before they died, They imitated He-Fan, leaving behind stone pavilions and stone tablets on Immortal Succession Mountain. They contained their own true inheritances. He tribe, which was left in northern plains, had been searching for attitude goo, but there was no progress. Time passed, old ancestor He-Fan's time limit had already passed. Thus, He-Fan Grotto Heaven opened up Immortal Succession Mountain, allowing mortals to explore it. Thus, goo immortals started to appear in He-Fan Grotto Heaven. However, even though these mortals could compete for He-Fan's true inheritance, it was too difficult to explore Immortal Succession Mountain. Even though there were many mortals, after obtaining the true inheritance, a portion of them became goo immortals. But there had never been a mortal who climbed to the peak and obtained the first true inheritance. According to the stone tablet, as long as the mortal who obtained the first true inheritance became a goo immortal, they would become the owner of He-Fan Grotto Heaven. They would have the authority to pardon the sins of the sinners in He-Fan Grotto Heaven. They would regain their freedom and return to He tribe. Before that, no matter how many generations passed, they could not use He as their surname. They could only use other surnames to remind themselves of their sinner status. After reading all of the inscriptions, Fang Yuan finally came to a realization, the lump in his heart disappearing. No wonder these goo immortals have complex expressions towards me. They have strange emotions. They have good intentions and evil intentions. Fang Yuan put himself in their shoes. If he was in their shoes, he would probably have complex emotions as well. According to He-Fan's rules, it was already past the time limit. Thus, be it He tribe or this sinner descendant, they had the qualifications to compete for the first true inheritance. These goo immortals had been working hard. They wanted to nurture descendants to inherit He-Fan's true inheritance, to open the Grotto Heaven and regain their freedom. As for these goo immortals, they had already inherited other inheritances. They did not have the qualifications to compete for He-Fan's true inheritance. Thus, the goo immortals in He-Fan Grotto Heaven did not have many conflicts. They were rather peaceful. Originally, they did not have any hopes for the main tribe's inheritor. After all, so many years had passed, they did not even see him. But now, Fang Yuan's sudden appearance broke their old thinking. According to the stone tablet's rules, they had to welcome Fang Yuan, but they felt conflicted and rejected it internally. From their point of view, He-Fan's true inheritance was already in the bag for them. As long as they continued to nurture descendants, one of them would be able to reach the peak and inherit He-Fan's true inheritance. Thus, they did not want to see Fang Yuan appear, but they had to follow the rules. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, He-Fan had considered this before he died. Even though the heavenly spirit was not reliable, it firmly carried out He-Fan's dying wish. And He-Fan had a method to restrict it. Becoming a goo immortal was bound to face calamities and tribulations. Whenever they could not survive the calamities and tribulations, these goo immortals would come to Immortal Succession Mountain and ask for help from the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit would then use the true inheritance immortal goo on the first stone tablet to delay their calamities and tribulations. Even though they obtained temporary stability, they were restricted by the heavenly spirit. The heavenly spirit only needed to use a method from the true inheritance to activate the delayed calamities and tribulations on the goo immortals, killing them. Many goo immortals barely survived the calamities and tribulations, but they did not know about jewel yellow skies. Even though He-Fan Grotto Heaven had abundant resources, there was a limit to the variety. It could not satisfy a goo immortal's cultivation needs. Thus, the calamities and tribulations became stronger. The goo immortals could not resist them. Eventually, they had no choice but to ask for help from the heavenly spirit. They fell into He-Fan's trap and were restricted by the heavenly spirit. Old ancestor He-Fan, a great expert who had died many years ago, still had huge control over this He-Fan Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor He-Fan was indeed the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. Even after death, he made this He-Fan Grotto Heaven impregnable. These goo immortals are in awe of him. But the writing on this stone tablet is very similar to the spring and autumn period. I don't believe that these goo immortals who were punished back then were willing to die with old ancestor He-Fan. Evidently, they had no choice but to do so. Old Ancestor He Fan is truly ruthless and decisive. He deserves praise. If we let them live, He Fan Grotto Heaven would have been destroyed from the inside already. All sorts of thoughts flashed past in his mind. Fang Yuan stopped looking at the stone tablet. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He asked, "Then how can I inherit this true inheritance?" Chapter 1129. The Stone Pavilion's tablet said, "Be it the main tribe member who is brought here by the heavenly spirit, or the sinner mortals who came to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain, if they want to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they need to pass the final test." But the contents of the final test were not mentioned on the stone tablet. It only asked the successor to seek guidance from the heavenly spirit. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, it remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake as it let out a melodious bell ring. As the bell rang, the inscription on the stone tablet changed again. At the end of the original content, a new line of words appeared. The immortals looked at it and gasped. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is one of the contents of the true inheritance. Whoever inherits the true inheritance will be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, the final test is actually this? No wonder Old Ancestor He Fan set the rule that if an inheritor of the true inheritance appears, we have to greet him together. Old Ancestor is magnanimous and considerate. Even though we are sinners, Old Ancestor has not forgotten about us. He is still thinking about us descendants. The immortals discussed, they were filled with admiration towards Old Ancestor He Fan. Some of them even had red eyes. They almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at this new line of words as he frowned deeply. His expression turned grim. This line of words clearly told him what the final test was. As long as I pass the final test, I will obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? The final test is to gain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. And it has to be done within 3 years of the Grotto Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. Old Ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was biased towards the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to gain the support of these people. But Fang Yuan soon reacted. He understood Old Ancestor He Fan's intention. Old Ancestor He Fan set this rule. It was to encourage the latecomers to recruit these Gu immortals of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture. Taking them in would greatly benefit He tribe. This was not only a test of the successor's personal ability, but also a test of the successor's communication skills and leadership ability to unite others. He Fan relied on his true inheritance to choose He tribe's leader. He was not just a Gu immortal expert. You old bastard. He's clearly dead, yet he's still considering so much. How meddlesome. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he raised his head and sighed, saying emotionally, Ancestor He Fan, you wholeheartedly thought for He tribe. I, as a descendant, am filled with admiration for you. The immortals said to Fang Yuan. It was very resonant. Originally, these Gu immortals were very unsettled. After all, Fang Yuan inherited He Fan's true inheritance. They did not know what would happen to the descendants of the sinners. But now, Old Ancestor He Fan's arrangement was for their sake. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his emotional expression. He turned around and stood in front of the stone tablet. Facing the Grotto Heaven's immortals, he asked, Then I wonder how I can obtain everyone's support? As Fang Yuan expected, his question was met with silence. That was then and this was now. In the past, the immortals were wary of Fang Yuan, but now, Fang Yuan needed to obtain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. The situation was reversed. It was completely different now. The immortals looked at each other. They did not speak for a while. But their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed. In the past, they were careful, trying to hide their kindness and malice. But now, their gazes were distant. They put on airs and were considering things. Fang Yuan was not anxious. He stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, as the oldest Gu immortal, Qin-Chi, he could not take it anymore, he coughed. Today's matter happened too quickly, we were caught unprepared. Sigh, maybe it is because of my old age, thinking about these problems makes me feel dizzy, I cannot accept it immediately. Lord Immortal, you must be tired after such a long journey, right? Why don't you rest first and recuperate before coming up with a plan? This old fox. Feng Yuan snickered in his mind. But old immortal Qin-Chi's words received strong support from the other Gu immortals. They voiced out their agreement continuously. The two groups that were originally very different now seemed to have merged into one. They were going to deal with the outsider, Feng Yuan. But so what if I agree to it first? Feng Yuan had expected such a reaction. He did not have a worried expression as he nodded reluctantly. Qin-Chi's words make sense. Qin-Chi showed the smile of a victor, but he quickly retracted it. Even though I am staying in a simple room, I have prepared some tea. Lord Immortal, why don't you come with me? It will be my honor to have you here. Qin-Chi invited passionately, but he did not reply to Feng Yuan's earlier words. Feng Yuan smiled forcefully. He nodded. Thank you. Saying it was a simple room was old immortal Qin-Chi's humble words. Not only was his residence not crude, but it was also very luxurious. A group of palaces was situated at the peak of a mountain. This mountain seemed to be man-made, the top was flat, there were many palaces with golden bricks and green tiles, they were richly decorated. Qin-Chi and his Gu immortals were living here. Not just that, there were a large number of Gu masters and even mortals. These are my descendants, Lord Immortal, please don't laugh at me. Now that I am old, I like to play with my grandchildren and enjoy the joy of family. Qin-Chi introduced to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. This means that Qin-Chi is a sentimental person. Qin-Chi looked at Feng Yuan with deep meaning. Who would not welcome a sentimental person? Feng Yuan laughed. Seeing that Qin-Chi and Feng Yuan were chatting happily, the other three Gu immortals also relaxed. Like this, Feng Yuan settled down here temporarily. The strange thing was, after the first day, Qin-Chi did not show up again. He did not meet with Feng Yuan either. Feng Yuan, however, was not anxious. He remained calm. For days later, in the group of palaces, Feng Yuan and Chen Lu were walking in a long corridor. Chen Lu was one of the female immortals. She had 2 buns of hair. She was lively and pretty. In terms of blood relations, she was old immortal Qin-Chi's great-granddaughter. Young Master He Cheng, look at that lotus flower, its color is Lu Er's favorite. Chen Lu pointed at the lotus pond as she smiled. This corridor was unique. It passed through the entire lotus pond, stretching from east to west. The lotus pond was filled with lotus flowers of all colors. They were fragrant. It was a beautiful sight. These last few days, even though old immortal Qin-Chi did not see Feng Yuan, Chen Lu accompanied Feng Yuan to admire the beautiful scenery of this palace. This lotus flower is yellow and cute. It is not seductive or flashy. It suits Lu Er. Feng Yuan smiled. Chen Lu lowered her head. She had a shy expression as she said softly, "Young master, what are you saying?" Lu Er is just looking at this lotus flower and feels happy. I also feel happy when I look at Lu Er. Feng Yuan smiled as he stretched out his hands, grabbing Lu Er's hands. Chen Li's body shook. She wanted to struggle subconsciously, but Feng Yuan's hands were gripping tightly. Chen Li's face was red. Even with her Gu immortal cultivation level, her mind was in chaos. She struggled for a while before calling out, young master, you." Feng Yuan took a huge step forward. His body was almost touching Chen Lu. Chen Lu hurriedly retreated, but due to his haste, he lost his balance and fell backwards. Feng Yuan took the chance and pulled her into his arms. "Be careful, don't fall." Gentle words entered Chen Li's ears. By the time Chen Lu reacted, she was already in Feng Yuan's arms. Chen Lu raised her head. She saw that Feng Yuan had a smile on his face. There was a trace of ridicule in his gaze. Chen Lu was extremely angry. She punched Feng Yuan's chest. "Young master, you are so bad, you bullied Lu Er." Saying so, she struggled out of Feng Yuan's embrace. Feng Yuan gasped as he took a step back. There was a look of pain on his face. Chen Lu quickly stopped. She walked over with a concerned expression. Young master, what's wrong? Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. To speak the truth, before coming here, I had gone through a tough battle. It is not easy to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. At least, many of the Gu immortals in the clan are not willing to see that happen. So you are injured? Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Lu stomped her feet, all of her anger and embarrassment were thrown to the back of her mind. She looked at Fang Yuan's chest. Does it still hurt? It is a small injury, it is not a big deal. It is just that my cultivation level is higher and my Dao marks are deeper, injuries are more troublesome. Fang Yuan smiled. He suddenly changed the topic. However, your ancestors' Gu refinement injuries should be similar to mine, right? Otherwise, why have I not seen him for the last few days? Chen Li's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. She responded to Fang Yuan with a few random noises. Old immortal Chen Qi could not meet Fang Yuan for no reason. His excuse was that he failed the Gu refinement and suffered a backlash. His injuries were severe. He could not meet anyone. Of course, at this crucial moment, why would he suddenly refine Gu and get injured? Both sides knew the reason, they just did not say it out loud. On that night, Chen Clan's 4 Gu immortals held a secret discussion. Chen Lu reported, Ancestor, young Master He Cheng suddenly asked about your condition today. He can't wait anymore? Chen Qi smiled. Thankfully, I concealed it back then. He did not suspect anything. But as time goes on, Chen Lu said worriedly. The other 3 Gu immortals looked at each other. They smiled. Chen Lu was loved and cared for by the elders. She was still very innocent. She did not know that Fang Yuan already knew about it. And he suddenly asked about old immortal Chen Qi's condition. It was a subtle reminder. The male Gu immortal Chen Liji thought about it. He said, we need to have a good talk with this He Cheng. There are 2 updates today. There will be a second update later, friends. Chapter 1130. Old immortal Chen Qi shook his head slowly and remained as still as a mountain. What's the harm in giving him a cold shoulder? There's no time for that. N is an element of, Chen Lizzie said worriedly. He's a sensible person. I'm afraid that if we delay for too long, we'll anger him. If we force him away and force him to Zheng Tuo's side, it will be terrible. Little Ji, don't worry. Chen Qi smiled as he analyzed. The final test of the true inheritance requires at least half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Cheng for him to succeed. Now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, not including He Cheng, there were 9 of them. On our side, there were 4 people, almost half of them. This is a huge capital. As long as he obtains our support, he will have won half the battle. As long as he won the recognition of 1 more person, he would be able to succeed. It's impossible for him not to consider that. Even if he gives up on us and goes to another Gu immortal, he will run into a wall. Now, the situation was different. After all, he was a newcomer. If he wanted to gain support, he had to give up some benefits. He had to give something in order to get it. Moreover, as for the 3 immortal cave, He, Zheng Tuo and the others are very ambitious. Chen Lizzie didn't say anything. Chen Wanyun said, Ancestor, to tell you the truth, Wanyun has always had an idea. If He Cheng didn't get more than half of the support, wouldn't it be a failure? He Fan's true inheritance will remain on the immortal succession mountain. One day, our descendants will ascend to the peak and seize it, right? We have protected He Fan's true inheritance for generations. Even old ancestor He Fan admitted that we have the right to compete. Are we really going to give it to outsiders? He Cheng isn't an outsider, he's one of us. Chen Lu retorted. Don't forget that we're from the same family. To enjoy prosperity and freedom in the outside world. Our bloodline has been imprisoned here for generations. Chen Wanyun said sternly. Chen Li's face turned bitter and he did not say anything else. Chen Qi slowly shook his head. Yuna's words. Actually, I've already considered it. This method won't work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to enter the immortal succession mountain. Even if we nurture him wholeheartedly, how long will it take for the lucky one to appear and inherit the true inheritance? A few decades? Or hundreds of years? No one can say for sure. Secondly, Although He Cheng is only one person, don't forget. Behind him was He tribe's main branch and a large number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he failed, it would only be his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals were bound to charge forward. At that time, how are we supposed to stop the others? Are we going to keep our own family outside? Could he block it? Other than the four of us, are Zheng Tuo and the others reliable? These Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not know about Jewel Yellow Skies. After so many years and generations, they could not communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. So regarding He tribe's current situation, he knew nothing at all. Fang Yuan lied without any preparation. He easily deceived the four Chen clan Gu immortals. Chen Qi's question caused the expressions of the other three immortals to change. Chen Lu agreed, that's right. Today, young Master He Cheng even told me that he could compete with He tribe's Gu immortals and emerge victorious. It was not easy. Even now, he is still injured. Chen Qi nodded. He analyzed. He Cheng was able to emerge victorious. He is not an ordinary person. He has rank 7 cultivation level to begin with. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He has great prospects. If we help him succeed, we will be able to help him in times of need. When we return to our tribe, with his help, we will be able to gain a foothold. How good would that be? However, if he wants us to help him succeed, we can't do it for no reason. He needs to pay a price. If he does not pay a price, he will not cherish it. He will not be grateful to us. Ancestor is truly considerate. Chen Liji said. It is never wrong to listen to Ancestor. Chen Lu smiled. Chen Qi sighed faintly, looking at the three Gu immortals. He said emotionally, I am old, I do not have much lifespan left. I only hope that you juniors will have better days in the future. When my soul returns to the door of life and death, I will be at ease. Ancestor, don't say that. You will definitely live for a very long time. Qin Li's eyes were red. Chen Li Ji was more pragmatic. Ancestor, don't forget that lifespan Gu exists in this world. To obtain our support, that He Cheng needs to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely a must. A bright light flashed in Qin Qi's eyes. He looked at Qin Lu. Regardless of lifespan Gu, we need to let our Lu heir get what she wants, to be together with her lover. Qin Li's face was red from embarrassment. She stood up and stomped her feet. Ancestor, you are making fun of me. Ha! In the secret room, laughter could be heard. At the same time, Fang Yuan was standing in his courtyard, looking at the night sky. This He Fan Grotto Heaven had clear day and night. Day was long, night was short. This was a phenomenon that only Grotto Heavens had. Blessed lands did not have it. He Fan Grotto Heaven's night sky did not have a single star. And it was not completely black. If one looked closely, it should be a deep jade color. Cool winds blew. Fang Yuan looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. He was summarizing all sorts of information in his mind. These last days, he and Qin Li had been playing around. They obtained a lot of precious information from this young girl. They had a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of He Fan Grotto Heaven and the other Gu immortals. Not just that, he even had a deeper understanding of He Fan's true inheritance test. It is about time. In 2 more days, the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight made the palace look even brighter and more majestic. Warm winds blew, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was a pleasant scene. In front of Qin Qi's door, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. I came to visit, I hope you do not mind. He could not wait any longer. But his patience is not bad. Qin Qi was not surprised. The entire palace was a huge mortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's every move was under his control. The door opened on its own. Qin Qi was lying on the bed. He sat up as he said weakly, Esteemed guest, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. Fang Yuan walked in, standing in front of the bed with a worried expression. It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu immortal. I thought about it for a long time and thought of a method. It can lessen your injuries. Qin Qi was not injured at all. Thank you for your concern, but my injuries cannot be healed by ordinary methods. Fang Yuan smiled. Friend Qin, you might not know. This is an immortal killer move, my tribe's signature method. Even though the core immortal Gu are still in the tribe, I know the contents of the killer move. I will teach you this killer move. You can change the core, it might help your injuries. How can I do that? Qin Chi quickly refused. Fang Yuan said warmly, I feel like old friends with you, I have been chatting with you all these days. I will teach you the killer move, it is a form of return. What are you saying, this is too much? Qin Chi continued to refuse. Fang Yuan's expression changed, he said in a worried tone, it is just an immortal killer move. How can I express my feelings with it? To speak the truth, this final test of He Fan's true inheritance is truly difficult for me. Please enlighten me, fellow immortal Qin. Qin Chi heard this and his eyes shined, he understood Fang Yuan's hidden meaning. He was here to exchange benefits and ask for his support. Qin Chi sat up subconsciously, saying, in my humble opinion, this is the same as Gu refinement. When refining Gu, the heat is needed. Sometimes the heat needs to be fierce. Sometimes the heat needs to be slow, it is in accordance with the urgency of the matter. I am ashamed. I am very interested in refinement path, I spoke nonsense. Please do not blame me. It wasn't nonsense, but a bunch of bullshit. You are a rule path Gu immortal, why are you interested in refinement path? But Fang Yuan knew the meaning behind these words. He smiled. My clan has countless refinement path books, they are as vast as the sea. As long as I obtain the true inheritance and free everyone. When you return to the clan, you can read all of these books. Furthermore, I have many personal refinement path methods and Gu recipes. After I succeed, I can give them to you. What's wrong with that? Qin Chi nodded, showing a satisfied expression. But he continued, I am interested in refinement path, I am not interested in it. But my grandnephew Qin Li Ji is an enslavement path Gu immortal. He is extremely envious of the upper extreme heavenly eagle beside exalted immortal. Fang Yuan's expression sank. There is only one upper extreme heavenly eagle, we cannot give it to you. But our clan raises a large number of iron crown eagles. They are famous in northern plains. I can guarantee that as long as we return, we will give each of you one. Joy flashed past Qin Chi's face as he sighed. Back then, old ancestor He Fan suppressed Xiao clan because of their eagle rearing method. To think that after so many years, they have developed to such a scale. But now that our ancestor has been punished, I am very worried about what kind of state we will be in when we return to the clan. No need to worry, I can guarantee that when you return to the clan and strengthen He tribe, you will be welcomed with open arms. Fang Yuan paused before saying, and the matter of you being punished is a matter that happened many generations ago. When I obtain the true inheritance, I will pardon all of you. You have been guarding He Fan Grotto Heaven for generations, you have already committed more crimes than crimes. Adding on the merit of helping me obtain the true inheritance. After I return to the clan, I will definitely uphold justice for all of you. Qin Chi smiled. Lord Immortal is a dragon among men. You are a true genius, your words carry enormous weight. With your words, I am relieved of half of my worries. Thank you for your trust. Actually, we are all of He tribe's bloodline, we are one family. But, as for the others outside, it will depend on their performance. Fang Yuan had a hidden meaning. The hidden meaning was, first come first serve, whoever supported him first would get more benefits when they returned to the clan. Qin Chi nodded, he was a sly old fox, of course he understood the meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. He smiled, Lord Immortal's words are like pearls of wisdom, they are extremely exquisite. Especially this family, they are described very well. Saying so, he sized up Fang Yuan, seeing that Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, he felt more confident. He asked, what does Lord Immortal think of little Lu? Fang Yuan's smile faded, he answered, bright eyes and white teeth, innocent and lively, I like her. To be honest, Lu Er is secretly in love with Lord Immortal. Sigh, what a pity. Lord Immortal is such a talented person, she is not someone she can match up to. Sigh, as an elder, I do not dare to have such an extravagant hope. I only hope that Lu Er, this poor child, can forget Lord Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Qin Shi sighed. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. He frowned and thought for a while before saying seriously, "To be honest, I also like Qin Lu. I am willing to marry her." If he really liked her, he would be overjoyed and say it out loud. He would not think about it for a while and show a serious expression. But Qin Shi pretended not to see it. He did not think of it either. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He understood this person even more clearly. This Qin Shi said that he was thinking for his juniors, but if he really wanted to, why would he do this? He was directly sacrificing Qin Lu for his own benefits. Qin Shi laughed heartily. Fang Yuan's reply was forced, but he was very satisfied with it. He took an inch and took a mile. He stopped laughing as he sighed deeply. "Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have much lifespan left. I am afraid I will not be able to see Lord Immortal and Lu Er's wedding." Fang Yuan immediately understood. This old thing wanted lifespan gu. His expression turned grim. There was no smile on his face. He said dryly, "What are you talking about? In my opinion, you are old but strong. Your appetite is huge." Old Immortal Qin Shi smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. He said with an unyielding tone, "Lord Immortal, I have embarrassed myself. I am actually very greedy. Not only do I want to see Lord Immortal and Lu Er's wedding, I also want to see their children. Speaking of which, they are my juniors." Fang Yuan started to pace around. He frowned deeply as he said directly, "Lifespan gu are hard to find. They are extremely precious. I cannot take them out. This is a gift from heaven. It is not easy to obtain." Old Immortal Qin Shi nodded. He seemed to have expected Fang Yuan's reply. He continued, "But Lord Immortal, don't worry. I will let you know that this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven also produced lifespan gu. They have all been taken away. The heavenly spirit is confused, but old ancestor Hei Fan has arrangements. If I am not wrong, Hei Fan's true inheritance definitely has many lifespan gu. Sigh, I only need 300 lifespan gu. 300 lifespan. Fang Yuan stared at Qin Shi angrily. Qin Shi was still smiling. Fang Yuan flew into a rage. 300 is too much. I do not even have lifespan gu. I will only give you 100. 150. Qin Shi bargained. He finally stopped pretending. Fang Yuan paced around a few more times. He gritted his teeth. "Forget it, I will give you 150. Deal." Qin Shi clapped. He laughed loudly. He did not even care about his face. But speaking of which, if he could gain 100 years of lifespan, so what if he lost some face? Qin Shi looked at Fang Yuan, his smile becoming wider. "I heard from Lu Er that Lord Immortal has countless immortal gu. I wonder if you can show them to me?" Fang Yuan was stunned. He became furious. He gritted his teeth at Qin Shi. This old thing had such a huge appetite. He said he wanted to take a look, but he wanted Fang Yuan to give up an immortal gu in exchange for his support. Qin Shi saw that Fang Yuan was furious. His heart jumped, but he thought about how rare this opportunity was. There would not be another one like this. Would he still have a chance after returning to the main tribe? Thus, he quickly said, "This is my final request. As long as it is fulfilled, the four of us will definitely support Lord Immortal." Fang Yuan started pacing around again. He paced around fiercely, as if he had an irreconcilable grudge with the floor tiles under his feet. Qin Shi observed his expression. Seeing that Fang Yuan's anger was fading and he was in deep thought, he gradually relaxed. He was secretly happy. This matter is done. As expected, after a while, Fang Yuan stopped walking. He stood in front of his bed and took out an immortal gu. Rank 7 immortal gu. Qin Shi gasped. He was surprised and joyful. "This is a sword path immortal gu. It is not suitable for me, otherwise I would not have given it to you." Fang Yuan said hatefully. "What is the name of this gu?" Qin Shi's eyes shined. He looked at Fang Yuan handing this gu to him. "Wait, let's change it to this immortal gu." Fang Yuan changed his mind. He retracted his hand and took out a gu from his immortal aperture with his other hand. Qin Shi's gaze subconsciously moved to Fang Yuan's other hand. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The Sword Path Immortal Gu activated. Sword Path Killer Move, Dark Assassination. Qin Shi was stunned. The wound between his brows gradually widened. Soon after, blood spurted out from the front of his forehead and the back of his head. P.S. Chapter 1131. The moment Qin-Chi died, the entire palace shook. These palaces were all mortal goo houses. They were controlled by old immortal Qin-Chi. However, Fang Yuan was already prepared. With a thought, he activated the well-prepared arrangements. In an instant, the palace calmed down. There was not a single tremor. This was one of the preparations that Fang Yuan had made in the past few days. Mortal goo houses were nothing to goo immortals. Unless it was an immortal goo house. But how could these He Fan Grotto Heaven goo immortals have the latter? He Fan was so ruthless, he killed the He tribe goo immortals who were guilty before he died. The inheritances that were left behind were naturally deleted. There was no information about the immortal goo house left behind. And with just these goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven, the possibility of creating an immortal goo house was too small. Moreover, although this palace complex was large in scale, its layout was too old. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to crack it. Old immortal Qin-Chi making him stay for many days was his biggest mistake. These goo immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven have been at peace for too long. Without fighting, they are pushing for progress. They have no vigilance at all. Fang Yuan looked at old immortal Qin-Chi's corpse as he snickered in disdain. Qin-Chi died with a remaining grievance. He still had a dazed expression on his face. Clearly, Fang Yuan had killed him too quickly. He had not even had the time to panic. After confirming that Qin-Chi was dead, Fang Yuan kept him in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Then, he activated Familiar Face and transformed into old immortal Qin-Chi. He swaggered open the door and walked out. Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor. Along the way, Fang Yuan met many goo masters and mortals, men and women, young and old. When he saw Fang Yuan, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, giving his most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan would activate his goo worms and use a formless force to help these people up, while also greeting them. This made Qin-Chi's descendants even more grateful. They did not know that the real Qin-Chi had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The person they were worshipping was the murderer. They didn't doubt it at all because this was how old immortal Qin-Chi usually did things. These days, Fang Yuan. By playing along with Chen Lu, he managed to obtain a lot of information. Qin-Chi's actions were naturally one of them. Otherwise, he could only disguise himself by relying on Familiar Face. However, he could not disguise old immortal Qin-Chi's actions. Fang Yuan swaggered along the way. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. Old ancestor, why are you here? Chen Lizzie heard the commotion and immediately walked out of the palace to welcome him. He looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Of course, he wasn't doubting the true identity of the person in front of him, but the old ancestor had clearly used the excuse of being bedridden to postpone the meeting with He Cheng. Why was he acting so brazenly today? Going against the previous decision? Little Ji, that He Cheng just came here secretly to negotiate with me. Come, let's go in. I have something to discuss with you. Fang Yuan patted Chen Lizzie's shoulder like an elder. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the palace behind him. The entire palace complex was a mortal goo house. But the residences of the other 3 goo immortals. But it belonged to each of them. Old immortal Qin-Chi could not interfere in this. After all, he could not openly monitor the lives of juniors, right? Chen Lizzie heard Fang Yuan's words and was moved. His suspicions vanished. He quickly took a few steps forward and led the way. Old ancestor, please have a seat. He bowed slightly and led Fang Yuan to a seat. Old ancestor, please have some tea. Soon he brewed high-quality tea. He served it with both hands and was extremely respectful. After the tea was served, Chen Lizzie sat down. Fang Yuan drank some tea. Seeing that Chen Lizzie was sitting far away from him, he said, Little Ji, bring the chair over and sit beside me. Chen Lizzie was overwhelmed by this favor. He replied happily, Yes, old ancestor. I will stand beside you and respectfully listen to your instructions. How could he do that? There was a difference between a person standing and a person sitting. When standing, their muscles were tense, they could advance or retreat. When sitting, their entire body was relaxed, even their mental state would be affected, they would lower their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Chen Lizzie, he had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy. Bring the chair over and sit. What are you talking about? I have already discussed with that He Qing, we will deal with Zheng Tuo's group next. There are many things I need to tell you. Yun Er and Lu Er are women, at the crucial moment, little Ji, you need to take on more responsibilities. Chen Lizzie's heart surged with emotions, he felt a sense of appreciation. Yes. He quickly brought the chair over and sat in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the door of the hall was open, he said, close this door and disperse the outsiders, it is better to keep this a secret. Chen Lizzie did not doubt him, he did as he was told. He Qing could not endure it in the end, he came to visit me. This time, I talked with He Qing, he gave me a lot of benefits, he is very sincere. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Chen Lizzie listened attentively. He had long wanted to ask what price He Qing paid, but since old ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Now that Fang Yuan satisfied his curiosity, he told him more about the price. Chen Lizzie listened attentively, his eyes shined brightly. He Qing actually gave old ancestor a rank 7 immortal gu? Chen Lizzie gasped, he was overjoyed. Would old ancestor lie to you? But Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal gu. Good gu, good gu. Chen Lizzie praised. Little Ji. Fang Yuan dragged his voice. Chen Lizzie quickly raised his head, how could he ignore an elder's question? Right at this moment, a sword light flashed. Chen Lizzie was slightly stunned, there was a light just now? Next, he subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan's hand, the flying sword immortal gu in his hand had vanished. Where did this gu go? A huge question mark popped up in Chen Lizzie's mind. Then, he felt as if all the strength in his body was suddenly sucked away. A warm liquid flowed down from his forehead in large streams. Suddenly, the world spun. He fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground with one hand, he tried to grab onto Fang Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop. He fell to the ground without any signs of life. On Fang Yuan's face, his benevolent smile slowly vanished, his expression turned cold and eerie. Using the same method, Fang Yuan suppressed this palace as well. If it did not tremble, no one would be able to see through it. Next, he kept Chen Lizzie's corpse in his immortal aperture. He pushed open the palace door and left. Only 2 female gu immortals were left. Chen Wanyun's threat was higher, Fang Yuan's next target was her. Sister, I've finally mastered the middle concealment technique, Chen Lu said to Chen Wanyun with a smile. Is that so? Chen Wanyun heard this and was overjoyed, she looked at Chen Lu and said happily, My Lu Er, you finally know how to work hard. Let me guess, who is it that made Lur start to cultivate so diligently? Chen Wanyun pretended to think for a while before continuing. I think that person's surname should be He. His name only has one word. Before she finished, Chen Lu interrupted, Sister, don't mess around, don't mess around. He is working hard to begin with, or... Is that so? Chen Wanyun smiled as she looked at Chen Li's shy expression, thinking, Lu Er is young and inexperienced, we cared for her as she grew up. But she knows He Qing is outstanding, so she wants to improve. I wanted to remind her, but it seems I was overthinking. Chen Lu could not resist this gaze. She took a step back, vanishing from Chen Wanyun's sight. Sister, if I use middle concealment, can you feel it? Do you know where I am now? Chen Li's voice resounded in Chen Wanyun's ears. You lass, watch how I deal with you after I find you. Chen Wanyun pretended to be fierce, she was about to use an investigative killer move. At this moment she sensed movement outside the hall, she asked curiously, Why is old ancestor here? Lu Er, stop playing around, come with me to greet him. Chen Lu was about to stop her immortal killer move when she suddenly had a change of heart. She thought of the previous time when they were plotting, old immortal Chen Qi had teased her, she pouted, Forget it. I will eavesdrop from the side, let's see if old ancestor can find me. If he can't find me, I'll suddenly appear and give him a fright. You, be careful of being too mischievous, you won't be able to get married. Chen Huanyun shook her head helplessly. She got up and walked out of the hall to greet old immortal Chen Qi. Fang Yuan had familiar face. Chen Huanyun and Chen Le could not see through his disguise. But Fang Yuan did not have an outstanding investigative killer move. He could not see through Chen Li's concealment. In fact, even if he had this killer move, he could not use it openly. Once he used it, the immortal aura would leak out. It could not be concealed. It would attract suspicion. Only an immortal method like dark assassination could conceal the immortal Gu's aura completely. It could be used to launch a sneak attack and catch the enemy off guard. Chen Huanyun led Fang Yuan to the main seat. She wanted to call Chen Lu out. How could she peep at an elder like this? But her thoughts changed, she thought. Old ancestor has always doted on Lu Er. Now that he has negotiated with young master He Cheng and obtained a lot of benefits, he is in a good mood. Lu Er is in hiding. Even if old ancestor finds out, he will not blame Lu Er. Thinking of this, Chen Huanyun pretended not to know. She served tea. Fang Yuan drank a mouthful. He did the same thing again. He got Chen Huanyun to sit near him. Chen Lu watched from the side. She smiled secretly. She felt that it was quite exciting. Next, she eavesdropped on Fang Yuan and Chen Huanyun's conversation, gradually getting engrossed. Hearing that her clan had obtained a lot, she was happy, but she could not help but worry for Fang Yuan. Young Master He Cheng invested so much, will there be a negative impact on him? Next, Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This rank 7 Sword Path Immortal Gu was given to me by He Cheng. Together with the price I offered earlier, Yun Er, I intend to send you to 3 Immortal Cave. I will use this as a bargaining chip to convince the 3 immortals to support He Cheng. Are you willing? Chen Huanyun quickly stood up. Whatever old ancestor says, Yun Er will do. Fang Yuan chuckled. Chen Li's gaze was also focused on Flying Sword Immortal Gu. This was the first time she had seen a rank 7 Immortal Gu. She could not suppress her curiosity. She wanted to jump out and give the old ancestor a surprise. But at the next moment, a change occurred. Dark assassination moved again. How could Chen Huanyun expect that the old ancestor she respected would try to kill her? Without any defense, this gentle female immortal followed in the footsteps of Qin Qi and Qin Liji. She immediately killed Chen Huanyun. Fang Yuan put away the flying sword and stuffed the corpse into his immortal aperture, sweeping away all the blood before leaving. Chen Lu was still concealed. She covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes were wide open. Her pupils shrunk to pin size. Her nose was wide open. She was gasping for breath. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and silent tears rolled down her fair and smooth cheeks in large streams. Unbelievable! Extreme terror. How can this be? How can this be? What did I just see? What just happened? Was this an illusion? It must be an illusion. How can this be? Old ancestor killed Sister Yun Er. How can this be? But the truth was right in front of her. Seeing was believing. Cold and cruel, she was not allowed to have any doubts. She knelt on the ground and sat down weakly. Her shoulders moved as she sobbed softly. Her beautiful face was filled with shock, fear, bewilderment, and helplessness. She was still covering her mouth with her hand, as if it could protect her. Chapter 1132. Why did old ancestors suddenly kill Chen Huanyun? Chen Le did not understand. She could not understand at all. She sobbed softly as her body shook. Her heart jumped. She thought of Chen Lizzie. Would the old ancestor look for Chen Lizzie and also want to kill him? This was a simple deduction. No matter what, she had to find Chen Lizzie and tell him about this. At the crucial moment, Chen Le did not think of He Cheng. She thought of her closest clan Gu immortals. Chen Lu woke up. She stopped sobbing and stood up, activating her immortal killer move to conceal herself as she ran towards Chen Lizzie's palace. Fang Yuan did not go to Chen Lizzie's residence like Chen Lu expected. He did not find Chen Lu. He had already killed Chen Lizzie, thus, his final action was to go to Chen Li's residence. He would find her and kill her. A moment later, Chen Lu arrived at Chen Lizzie's residence. Why is there no one here? Chen Lu searched the entire palace but did not find Chen Lizzie. Of course, she saw many mortals and Gu masters. But Chen Li did not alert them. Even if she told them this shocking news, they would not believe it. Looking at the empty palace, Chen Li's heart was filled with endless confusion and panic. Old ancestor Chen Qi killed Chen Wanyun. Chen Lizzie was nowhere to be seen, he was likely dead. Chen Li could not help but cry again. What should I do? Oh no, oh no. Young Master He Cheng. Chen Li finally thought of Fang Yuan. Her body shuddered. She felt. At this moment, she could only rely on He Cheng. She immediately turned around. She ran towards He Cheng's residence. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan arrived at Chen Li's palace. There was no one here? Strange. Where would she go at this time? Fang Yuan's heart sank. There was a new change in the situation. Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the sky. This He Fan Grotto heaven sky was clear and clear, there were no clouds. Fang Yuan smiled at the sky. He quickly returned to his residence. Where else could Chen Li go? It had to be those few places. Gu immortals and mortals did not have many common topics. Returning to his residence, Fang Yuan turned into Black Cheng and waited for Chen Li. At this moment, a brilliant light suddenly soared into the sky. It shot out explosively, rushing into the sky and burning in all directions. It was dazzling and dazzling. Could this be what Chen Li mentioned before? The brilliant light warning and the immortals defending together? Fang Yuan frowned. Over the past few days, he had been asking Chen Li for all sorts of information. One of them said that when the Gu immortal first appeared in He Fan Grotto Heaven, he was bullied by desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. The Gu immortals of the previous generations. Let's join hands to fight against the enemy. Usually they lived in different parts of the heavenly abode. If either side was attacked and the situation was critical, they could send out a warning, inviting Gu immortals from all over to help, paying the corresponding compensation afterwards. As the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven get stronger and stronger. This light hadn't appeared for almost 100 years. This time, it was likely that Chen Li would make a move. I've underestimated this woman. This move is a good one. Fang Yuan smiled. He was cunning. Immediately, he deduced many things. He killed 3 people in a row, only Chen Li was left. And the method of the brilliant light warning could only be known by Gu immortals. Chen Li was definitely the one who used it. Why did Chen Li avoid them and activate it? Evidently, she found out that a few others had met with misfortune. It did not matter where she was hiding or what method she used. Since she did not find him, it meant that she was already suspicious of him. Next, the group of immortals would come. How would Fang Yuan deal with them? It turned out that at the previous moment, Chen Li was about to find He Cheng when a thought flashed in his mind. Even if he found young Master He Cheng, what if he could not defeat old ancestor? Chen Li did not know He Cheng's strength, but deep in his heart, he felt that old immortal Chen Qi was more profound and unfathomable. This was because of old immortal Chen Qi's reputation. I need to find a way to satisfy both sides. Chen Li thus thought of the brilliant light warning. The warning light shot into the sky. Chen Li's heart calmed down a little. I wonder if old ancestor will come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Chen Li started to feel afraid again. She gritted her teeth, deciding to find Fang Yuan first. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Fang Yuan was the culprit. The moment the brilliant light warning shot into the sky, the other Gu immortals reacted. What is going on? At this crucial moment, old man Chen Qi actually sent a warning and invited us to join him? In front of 3 immortal cave, Feng Jun looked at the soaring light and frowned. Zhou Min also had a suspicious expression. This is a little strange. Old immortal Chen Qi has 4 Gu immortals. He is the strongest. In He Fan Grotto Heaven, what other ancient desolate beasts are there that are worth Chen Qi inviting us to help? You feel that this is related to that He Cheng? Zheng Tua asked. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This brilliant light warning has not appeared for close to 100 years. It happened at this time. It is very strange. Furthermore, that He Cheng has already stayed at old man Chen Qi's place for 5 to 6 days. They might have already reached some kind of agreement and colluded together. With old immortal Chen Qi's mood, as long as He Cheng is willing to give us benefits, It is not surprising that he would support us. Zheng Tuo thought about it. Regardless of whether it is an ancient desolate beast attack or if Qin Chi and the rest are trying to harm us, we should go and investigate. That's right. Our blood light soul suppression has already reached a critical juncture. If we stall for a few more days, we can suppress the heavenly spirit and obtain the true inheritance. The urgent matter now is to stall for time. But we need to be careful and see what the other party is planning. If we continue to feign civility, in a few days, this Heifan grotto heaven will be ours. Feng Jun laughed coldly. Immediately, the three immortals moved out, flying towards old immortal Qin Chi's palace. At the same time, the other two Gu immortals also moved out. Heifan grotto heaven was not small. But the Gu immortals' residences were not far from each other. Furthermore, the three immortals did not care about immortal essence. They activated their immortal killer moves to travel. A moment later, they were already halfway there. At this time, a rapidly flying figure appeared in the three immortals' vision. It's that Chen Lu. Zhou Min recognized the person first. Chen Lu was bathed in blood, he had a panicked expression, he was fleeing for his life. The three immortals looked at each other. Was there really an ancient desolate beast attack? Chen Lu, wait, we are here. What happened over there? Zheng Tuo called out. Chen Lu saw these three Gu immortals and was overjoyed. So it is seniors. It is great to see you. That He Cheng is extremely vicious. After failing to negotiate with my ancestor, he schemed and killed my sister Wan Yun. I activated the warning light and escaped. He Cheng chased after me. Thankfully, I had the immortal killer move Little Concealment. I managed to escape with my life. What? The three immortals heard this and were shaken. This He Cheng is so daring? He actually attacked old immortal Qin Chi directly. He is so vicious. I am afraid he is going to harm us. Strange, he wants to obtain Heifan's true inheritance. Without our support, how can he obtain it? A life for a life, it is only right. We need to take down this He Cheng. For safety's sake, let's gather with the other Gu immortals first. Chen Lu, don't worry, we are a family. We will definitely seek justice for your family. Justice? Chen Lu suddenly smiled as he attacked. Under the three immortals' shocked gazes, the sword light was like a flash as it landed on Zheng Tuo's body. Zheng Tuo was caught off guard. Even though he had a mortal killer move to protect himself, Dark Assassination was an immortal killer move that used a rank 7 flying sword Immortal Gu as the core. It was extremely sharp, it directly cut him in half. In an instant, Zheng Tu died. Brother! Zhou Min screamed. Feng Jun shouted as he clapped with both palms. Intense winds blew as Feng Yuan was pushed far away. Brother! Zhou Min cried out as she watched Zheng Tuo's corpse fall to the ground, blood and organs splattered in the air. Feng Jun hugged Zhou Min and dragged her away as they quickly retreated. Chen Lu, are you crazy? You dared to kill my brother Zheng Tuo. I will fight you to the death. Zhou Min screamed, her face was bloodshot. I will kill you. Kill me. Chen Lu stopped in his tracks and sneered. He looked at Zhou Min with disdain and said, You? Zhou Min was furious. She struggled intensely as she tried to break free from Feng Jun's grasp. Second brother, what are you doing? Let me go, this bitch killed brother. She killed brother. I will cut off her head and offer it to my brother. Calm down, third sister. Don't fall for the enemy's provocation. How can she be Chen Lu? Don't you understand Chen Lu? That was a sword path immortal killer move earlier. She is not Chen Lu. Feng Jun also screamed. His gaze towards Chen Lu was filled with hatred. It was like fire was spewing out of his eyes. It seems that there are still people who understand. Chen Lu smiled lightly. Her original appearance suddenly changed to He Cheng's. You are indeed He Cheng. Feng Jun's body shook. Scoundrel! Zhou Min scolded. Look at them, they do not seem to know that I am the culprit. Strange, did Chen Lu not use an information path Gu worm to inform them? Feng Yuan had some doubts. He did not know that from start to finish, Chen Lu had never suspected him. After lighting up the warning light, Chen Lu hurried over to his residence. But Fang Yuan had already returned. He waited for Chunlu for a while. After seeing the warning light, he felt that he had been exposed. In that case, he might as well beat them at their own game. He would take the initiative to split up and weaken the immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven. Since 3 of Qinqi's people were dead, the biggest group was 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven's 3 immortals. Thus, Fang Yuan turned into Qin Li's appearance and flew towards 3 Immortal Grotto Heaven. After encountering the 3 immortals, he used dark assassination to kill the most threatening blood path Gu immortal, Zheng Tua. And when Qin Lu went to Fang Yuan's residence, she did not see Fang Yuan. She felt dejected and even more worried. But she did not know that she was a fool. She managed to escape a calamity. I didn't have much hope for this assassination, but I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The Gu immortals in this Heifan Grotto Heaven cannot compare to those in Northern Plains. It seems that they have been living in peace for too long. Their alertness is too low. Forget it, let's kill these 2 first. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. Fang Yuan thought of many things, but it only lasted for a moment in the outside world. The corners of his mouth curled up a little as he charged straight at Feng Jun and Zhou Ming. Kill! Chapter 1133. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk. He was intimidated by Fang Yuan's aura. Fang Yuan charged forward with an indomitable will. Even though he was alone, his aura was shocking. It was as if he was surrounded by wind and lightning. Killing intent surged. It was like a terrifying claw that tore apart the battle of life and death. The Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven would spar with each other, but how could they have the experience of fighting against Gu immortals? Retreat. At once, Feng Jun could only think of this one word. Instead, Zhou Min, who he was hugging, was spewing fire from her eyes. She shouted excitedly, "Good! Scoundrel, come and die!" She was already beyond furious, and her mind was filled with the desire to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear this vile murderer, Fang Yuan, into 1,000 pieces, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. Feng Jun pulled Zhou Min as they retreated, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes widened, and a dazzling platinum radiance shot out from her eyes. The light gave off an extremely sharp feeling, as if it was formed from a sword. Zhou Min was a light path Gu immortal. She was nurtured by a previous generation of Gu immortals. She had sight immortal Gu. She was currently using her strongest offensive killer move, Farsighted Weapon Light. So it's this move. Fang Yuan saw Zhou Min's stance and understood in his heart. His charging speed did not decrease but instead increased. In his mind, the scene from a few days ago appeared. "Young Master He Qing, why are you sighing?" Chen Lu asked. "Is the scenery not to your liking?" "Thank you for your concern, Lady Lu Er. The scenery is beautiful. It is so pleasant that one would not want to leave. But I have the heavy responsibility of inheriting Heifan's true inheritance. I am a little worried. Let me recall. It seems that Jing Tao and the rest are not easy to talk to." Fang Yuan purposely frowned. Chen Lu also frowned slightly. Indeed, Ancestor had also said that those 3 Gu immortals had great ambitions and aspirations. They are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together. Those 3 are likely ambitious people. Even if I have your support, I am still lacking. But to inherit the true inheritance, I am still lacking. Do you think these 3 immortals will use the excuse of sparring to cause trouble for me? Deliberately obstructing our plan? Fang Yuan asked. Chen Lu smiled. It's fine. Actually, after understanding more, the 3 immortals were not particularly scary. For example, Gu immortal Zhou Min, she had the move Farsight Weapon Light. It was very powerful. As soon as he made his move, his eyes shot out boundless platinum radiance that could cut through anything. But in fact, there was a mystery in this move. The longer the distance, the more powerful it was. If the distance was very close to Zhou Min, the power of this move would be greatly reduced. If I am close to Zhou Min, even mortal killer moves can block Farsighted Weapon Light. A warm and sunny smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. There's actually such an interesting move. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Good luck, Tell me, what other interesting things are there? Chen Le glanced at Fang Yuan, only to see that on Fang Yuan's extremely handsome face, a pair of eyes were staring at her. The affection it emitted was so strong that it was like a warm summer breeze, intoxicating. Chen Li's face was flushed red. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fang Yuan. Her face was completely red, she looked far away. She stammered, young master, since you want to hear, I will tell you. Inside He Fan Grotto Heaven, some of these Gu immortal inheritances came from old ancestor He Fan's arrangements. For example, Blood Path was the result of He Fan's research. Some were the inheritances of sinful Gu immortals. For example, Zhou Min's Light Path inheritance, Old Immortal Chun Chi's Rule Path inheritance. These orthodox Gu immortal inheritances were very comprehensive. The contents of the inheritances were large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, all sorts of immortal Gu recipes, mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, knowledge of the outside world, and so on. Among these contents, some sensitive contents like jewel yellow skies were deleted by He Fan. However, the contents of the other legacies were basically preserved. He tribe's Gu immortals were familiar with each other. For example, the mystery of far-sighted weapon light, outsiders might not know about it, but how could He tribe's Gu immortals not know about it? Thus, these records were kept in the various inheritances. In the following days, mortals would ascend Immortal Succession Mountain and inherit them. Gu immortals would appear and die. During this process, because of various reasons, be it benefits or conflicts, they would spar with each other. The methods of Gu immortals were passed down from generation to generation. Everyone knew about it, it was no longer a secret. Fang Yuan's preparations over these last days were not just the assassination plan, he had also collected a lot of information. Far-sighted weapon light. Speaking of which, this immortal killer move was quite troublesome. After all, under normal circumstances, when Gu immortals see an unknown attack method, they would retreat and observe it cautiously. Basically, no one would recklessly charge forward without knowing the situation and put themselves in danger. With Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, he would make the same choice. Unless the difference between the two sides was too huge. But that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan probed this far-sighted weapon light, who knew how much time, effort, and immortal essence he would have to spend, he might even get injured. In a battle between Gu immortals, information could give them an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, Gu immortals would keep their immortal Gu a secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used in public, they were practiced in secret. Gu immortals' immortal apertures were rarely entered by outsiders. Because the environment of the immortal aperture could show a Gu immortal's Dao marks and many other secrets. The resources in the immortal aperture were often the food of immortal Gu. One could deduce what kind of immortal Gu were controlled by the Gu immortal. Fang Yuan resisted far-sighted weapon light as he charged forward with great bravery. Of course, he was not a reckless person. His robe was stained with blood at some point in time. These blood stains were not eye-catching, they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Blood-Stained Conqueror's Robe. Before the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan could not manage his immortal aperture. He was targeted by Langya sect, his days were tough. But he did not waste any time, he used this chance to deduce this immortal killer move to make up for his shortcomings. Fang Yuan actually had a lot of shortcomings. But after thinking about it, he felt that his greatest shortcoming was. It was in terms of defense. During the second earthly calamity, he could already see the weakness. If not for Dang Hun Mountain's defense, Fang Yuan was likely to die. Compared to investigative, information path, and other aspects, Fang Yuan was more conservative. He decided to resolve his weakness in defense first. Be it wisdom path or blood path, they were both grandmaster attainment level. With his deep blood path foundation in his previous life, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to create blood-stained conqueror's robe. At this moment, with blood asset immortal Gu as the core, blood-stained conqueror's robe made its debut in the intense battle. The effect was superb. Fang Yuan charged against far-sighted weapon light. His body did not move, He was not injured at all. His immortal essence expenditure was also decreasing. Just like Chen Lu said, the closer I am, the weaker far-sighted weapon light, thus, blood-stained conqueror's robe's immortal essence expenditure is decreasing. Feng Yuan's choice was so decisive and wise. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between him and Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Die, 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 die. Zhou Min shouted nonstop. The platinum light shooting out of her eyes became brighter and sharper. She was already controlled by her anger. She had nothing to worry about. Feng Jun, who was calm, had goosebumps all over his body. Feng Yuan's advance. It made him feel an incomparably intense crisis of death. The fear made him subconsciously use his most familiar defensive method. Immortal killer move, luck flow movement. Strong winds blew, and Feng Yuan was immediately pushed far away by a mysterious force. Qin Li's words. Feng Yuan could still hear them. Speaking of which, Gu Immortal Feng Jun is also very powerful. He was the only mortal among the 3 immortals who had roamed Immortal Succession Mountain. After becoming a Gu Immortal, such immortals are often more powerful than people like me who are supported by seniors. They are much more powerful. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates. This is the famous luck path. Luck path. A path with very few Gu immortals. Luck path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, even though it was famous and widely known, but there were not many true luck path Gu immortals. As the source of luck path, Giant Sun Immortal left behind 3 true inheritances: self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. The self-luck true inheritance was left in Langya Blessed Land. It was the reward for long hair ancestor. Among them, Luck Immortal Gu ended up in Feng Yuan's hands. All living being luck true inheritance was placed in 88-point Jinyang Tower by Giant Sun Immortal. A portion of it was inherited by the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Feng Yuan had once obtained Connect Luck Immortal Gu. It was part of all living being luck true inheritance. Feng Jun's true inheritance also came from 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the past, He Tribe's Gu masters entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. They were fortunate enough to inherit a portion of the true inheritance. They obtained Qi Luck Immortal Gu. After that, they became Gu Immortals and inherited it for many generations. The final generation of Gu Immortals was punished for losing attitude Immortal Gu after He Feng Yu went missing. This true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun inherited this true inheritance and obtained Qi Luck Immortal Gu. The move that he was most familiar with was Luck move. This move was very special. When the target attacks, it can be used to push the target away. When the enemy retreats, it can be used to pull the enemy back. Once this move is used, it can create a huge gust of wind, but this was only the appearance. The key was that formless force. Feng Yuan could not sense this formless force. He was hit again and pushed far away. At once, the distance was pulled apart again. It was as if everything he did earlier was useless. But Feng Yuan's lips curled up. He thought, luck move, this is the second time. According to Chen Lu, this move could not be used frequently. In a day, it could only be used about 100 times. Even if it was 100 times, it might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating luck was not as simple as it looked on the surface. First was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep foundation. Activating this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? Secondly, Immortal killer moves could not be activated every time. As long as Feng Jun failed once, not only would he be injured by the backlash, he would not be able to resist Feng Yuan's charge. Feng Yuan would get close and kill him. Thus, it looked like Feng Yuan could not do anything to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he had the absolute advantage. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the edge of a cliff. If they were careless, they would lose everything and die. Die, die! Zhou Min was still shouting. She stared at Feng Yuan with white light shining in her eyes. Chapter 1134. Both sides did not fight for long, but Feng Jun already wanted to retreat. Feng Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 blood path Gu Immortal, Zheng Tuo, and then charged forward twice. Using the most accurate battle tactic, he immediately gained the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not a fool. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew he was in danger. It was a wise decision for him to retreat. In a battle between Gu immortals, it was a battle of wits and strength. Third sister has lost control of her emotions. He Cheng is a rank 7 Gu immortal. The two of us rank 6s are not his match. We should gather with the other Gu immortals and surround and kill him with old immortal Chen Qi as the leader. Feng Jun thought of this and immediately retreated. He activated an immortal killer move. An auspicious cloud appeared around him, carrying him and Zhou Min as they escaped towards the left. What are you doing? Second brother, let me kill him, let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He tightened his grip on Zhou Min as he said, "Don't move, I am pulling away to create an opportunity for your farsight weapon light." Zhou Min heard this and her body shook. She exclaimed excitedly, "Good idea." She concentrated as she stared at Feng Yuan. As the distance increased, farsight weapon light became stronger. Feng Yuan's defensive pressure rose rapidly. Feng Yuan looked at the auspicious cloud below the two immortals as he smiled nonchalantly. He did not chase them. He suddenly flew down and landed on the ground, picking up Zheng Tuo's corpse that was split into two and placing it into the sovereign immortal aperture. "Evil thief! Put down my brother's corpse!" Zhou Min screamed. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Yuan's actions were truly despicable. Not only did he kill Zheng Tuo, he did not even spare his corpse. How could he let it go? The Dao marks of this rank 7 blood path Gu immortal would be a huge boost to Feng Yuan's foundation. Let's see. Together with Zheng Tuo's words, Feng Yuan had already killed 4 Gu immortals. Annexing immortal apertures was troublesome, the conditions were harsh, but the Dao mark gains were huge. Ordinary Gu immortals have their own Dao marks restricting each other. Only by killing someone of the same sect could one absorb the Dao marks. Otherwise, the losses would often outweigh the gains. However, my sovereign immortal physique is different. Dao marks do not affect each other. How wonderful! After killing any Gu immortal, they could absorb their Dao marks and increase their foundation. From the looks of it, this is undoubtedly a good way to increase my strength. At this moment, Feng Yuan had a new understanding. This sovereign immortal body was formed from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to use this to revive. If he really succeeded and his main body was reborn, the consequences would be unimaginable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured countless souls in the door of life and death. He had immeasurable cultivation experience. Secondly, the realms of his various sects were basically at the great grandmaster level. Finally, he had the help of the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect. Once he had this new starting point, he would probably have to imitate his previous life, killing in all directions. When he killed Gu immortals, he could annex their immortal apertures. It could also absorb Dao marks. The speed of his growth was simply unimaginable. It would definitely surpass anyone's imagination. Unlike Feng Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was difficult to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb Dao marks most often. Feng Yuan stuffed Zheng Tuo's corpse into his immortal aperture. This scene caused Zhou Min's eyes to almost split open, and she was enraged. Feng Jun did not speak. He felt grief and indignation in his heart, but he was more relieved. It seems that He Cheng does not have a powerful movement method. Maybe he is using the upper extreme heavenly eagle as his mode of transportation. But this immemorial desolate beast has not matured yet. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not release it because he was worried that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would be killed by farsight weapon light. Feng Jun's heart relaxed a little. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide. A shocked expression appeared on his face. Feng Yuan had activated Sword Escape. His body was like a sword as he flew into the sky. His speed was so fast that Feng Jun and Zhou Min were speechless. How can he be so fast? Zhou Min was shocked and furious. So this is his true speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out of his throat. His movement method was simply useless. In a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan got closer again. The cold killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's soul. Immortal killer move, past movement. At the crucial moment he had to use his life-saving method again. With a huge force, the previous scene happened again. Feng Yuan was pushed back again. Third time Feng Yuan noted in his heart, he did not feel defeated even though he had failed 3 times. Zhou Min woke up. She was shocked by Feng Yuan's speed earlier. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat, her anger was replaced by fear. Let's go. This person is too strong. Let's regroup with the others first. Zhou Min called out. Feng Jun heard this and felt relieved. With Zhou Min's help, the two's speed increased again as they escaped rapidly. Feng Yuan chased after them, attacking again and again. But each time, Feng Jun's past movement killer move destroyed him. After chasing for a while, 2 Gu immortals appeared ahead. They were those 2 lone Gu immortals who usually lived alone. One was called Jiangji, the other was called Gaomi. Persevere, we are coming. The 2 immortals were also flying, quickly meeting up with Zhou Min and Feng Jun. Feng Yuan observed their expressions. Seeing that they were not surprised, he knew that Feng Jun and Zhou Min had used some information path method to inform these 2 Gu immortals while escaping. Hey Cheng, you are so daring, you dare to harm us in Heifan Grotto Heaven. You will die today. Feng Jun and Zhou Min stopped escaping. They turned around to face Feng Yuan. Young Master He Qing, you killed Sister Wan Yun. Did Ancestor also get poisoned by you? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lu. After activating the bright light warning method, Chen Lu went to find Feng Yuan, but by then, Feng Yuan had already left to receive Zheng Tuo and the other 2 immortals. Chen Lu could not find Feng Yuan. She was at a loss, not knowing what to do. She did not dare to deactivate the immortal killer move. She hid in the palace for a while until she received Feng Jun's report. The letter stated that Feng Yuan disguised as Chen Lu and used a sword path killer move. After killing Gu immortal Zheng Tuo, no matter how stupid Chen Lu was, she understood what was going on. She quickly ran to Chen Qi's residence, but how could she find her ancestor? Even though Feng Jun had been escaping, he had already contacted the other Gu immortals. Chen Lu also decided to respond. Thus, at this moment, she appeared on the battlefield. Oh, it's you. Feng Yuan looked at Chen Lu and smiled cruelly. You finally became smarter. That's right, be it Chen Qi, Chen Liji, Chen Wan Yun, or Zheng Tuo, they all died at my hands. You only have 2 rank 7s here, even they died. All of you. Why don't you surrender? As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Chen Li's expression turned pale, her body shook intensely. Feng Yuan admitted it himself, it was a huge psychological blow to her. But why did you do this? Chen Lu screamed as tears flowed down her face. How did we mistreat you? Why did you do this? Don't be affected by him, Chen Lu, let's get into formation. Zhou Min, who had already woken up, reminded loudly. With Feng Yuan as the center, within a radius of 100 miles, a huge green jade ball of light suddenly appeared. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou Min, Chen Lu, and the other immortals as the formation cores, it was an ancient battle formation. Hey City, even if you are a rank 7 Gu immortal, you will die today. That's right. Ever since we finished practicing this battle formation, we have already killed more than 10 desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive, as a sacrifice to the souls of our friends that you killed. Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals cheered, their morale soared. Feng Yuan had a light smile on his face. His calm expression did not change. He said slowly, the battle formation of the Green City? It is just a portion of the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. Do you think I do not know? The immortals' expressions changed, they had a bad feeling. Chen Li's expression turned even paler. At once, she felt deep regret and hatred. It was simply unbearable. Because she was the one who told Feng Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The generations of Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven had to practice this formation. This was the Green City Battle Formation. It was used to kill desolate beasts or immemorial desolate beasts. It was extremely powerful. I have rank 7 cultivation level after all, while you are only rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After forming the formation, you will not be able to escape, right? Once this formation is broken, you will suffer backlash. Even if you do not die, you will be heavily injured, right? Feng Yuan said plainly. His tone was calm, his voice was not loud, but it resounded clearly in the immortals' ears. The morale of the immortals that had just been raised was reduced by these words. Before the battle started, these Gu immortals' hearts were already wavering. Now I will show you my true strength. Feng Yuan growled, his whole body, with a loud bang, burst out with surging Gu worm aura. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. In an instant, countless Feng Yuans appeared out of nowhere in the entire battle formation space. They were all strength path phantoms. And Feng Yuan's true body also turned into one of them, concealing itself well. The decisive battle began at this moment. The moment it started, the battle reached its climax. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu immortals used their methods. All sorts of immortal killer moves were used, attacking the Myriad Self army. Feng Yuan's strength path phantoms naturally did not have strong defense. But the more they destroyed, the more strength path phantoms would be created. Before the battle, Feng Yuan had already made ample preparations. Even if he did not use Myriad Self Immortal Killer move, he had hundreds of thousands of self phantoms stored in his immortal aperture. He did not lack money. Feng Yuan had a lot of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon found that they were in a dilemma. Without immortal killer moves, the myriad self phantoms were hard to defend against when they attacked the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they destroyed countless phantoms, because Feng Yuan replenished them in time, the effect was not good. They also expended a lot of immortal essence. This was a battle of immortal essence expenditure. Feng Yuan had the upper hand. Don't forget the advantage of strength path. Immortal essence expenditure was low. Enslavement path's advantage was war of attrition. Myriad self was the combination of these two paths. It combined the specialties of the two paths. Feng Yuan waited patiently in the myriad self army, observing carefully. All sorts of information was collected by him. He memorized them. The battle lasted for several hours. Hey Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were showing signs of fatigue. Not just mental fatigue, but also the intense expenditure of immortal essence. They could not hold on for much longer. Seeing a flaw, Feng Yuan's true body suddenly appeared. Chenlu, I have to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chen Wanyun and the rest? Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Chen Lu felt like she was struck by lightning. The regret in her heart was indescribable. Taking advantage of this chance, Feng Yuan attacked ruthlessly. Flying Sword Immortal Gu. A ray of light easily pierced Chen Li's defenses, killing her. Of course, one had to pick on the weak ones. Feng Yuan did not attack, but he killed another immortal. Chen Li died on the spot. Green City's battle formation became unstable. It started to shake. The other Gu immortals quickly exerted their strength, stabilizing it with much difficulty. Next, it is your turn. It is your turn now. Feng Yuan snickered sinisterly but did not attack. He returned to the myriad self army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions. They felt a chill in their hearts. They were the ones who surrounded Feng Yuan, but at this moment, these 4 did not feel any joy. The outcome was set. From the start, Feng Yuan used the most appropriate battle tactic. He had a huge advantage. He was already familiar with these Gu immortals' methods. But his methods were unfamiliar to the other party. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chen Li's concealment method, Feng Yuan could not do anything about it. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan schemed against him. Chen Li joined the battle and created Green City's battle formation. He gave up on his greatest advantage. In the end, Hey Fan Grotto Heaven had been peaceful for too long. Even though these Gu immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, they lacked battle experience. Even though they sparred with each other normally. But the experience of life and death battles could not be replaced by sparring. Half a day later, Feng Yuan killed 2 Gu immortals. He broke Green City's battle formation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals were scared out of their wits by Feng Yuan. They did not dare to fight anymore. They escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Feng Yuan killed Zhou Min. Feng Jun dragged his heavily injured body to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain. "Heavenly Spirit, save me!" he screamed. This situation was quite ironic. Not long ago he was still planning to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now he had to rely on it to ask for help. "It will not save you." In the stone pavilion, Feng Yuan's figure appeared. His tone was still calm, there were no injuries on his body, he was still elegant and suave. It was as if the battle earlier had not happened. Feng Jun saw Feng Yuan and shuddered. He quickly looked at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit was unmoved. Feng Jun had an ashen expression. "Why?" he muttered. "Why?" At the next moment, he shouted, as if he was questioning the Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit was still unmoved. "Because you are all descendants of the sinful immortals. Before old ancestor He Fan died, when he left behind his true inheritance, he considered this. Thus, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining the support of more than half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven can one inherit the true inheritance. What if you descendants of the sinful immortals hate He tribe and do not want He tribe to inherit the true inheritance? You try to destroy it?" Feng Yuan stretched out his hand, touching the surface of the stone tablet. "Then I will have to kill you first. After I kill all of you and am the only one left, I will be satisfied with the best test of He Fan's true inheritance." Feng Yuan said calmly. He even had a slight smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped down and sat on the ground. His face was filled with despair. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The jade-green color that he hated in the past, at the final moments of his life, he was not tired of looking at it. But at the next moment, he heard Feng Yuan say, "Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me and serve me wholeheartedly, I will spare your life." "Well, what?" Feng Jun's body shook. He showed an expression of disbelief. Feng Yuan repeated himself, saying, "You are a smart person, you are not emotional, unlike Zhou Min or Chen Lu. I admire this. Hand over the immortal Gu and the contents of the Luck Path true inheritance, and I will spare your life, I will give you a chance to live." Feng Jun blinked, he was moved. "You are not lying to me?" He raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan. Deep anticipation could be seen in his eyes. "Why would I lie to you? To me, killing you is a trivial matter. But don't think of bargaining with me." Feng Yuan's expression sank. "You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. Either you die or you hand over everything, surrender, and form an alliance agreement with me." "I surrender." At the first breath of time, Feng Jun said directly, "These are all the Gu worms I have." At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Feng Yuan nodded, he stretched out his hand and kept them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, they were all suppressed. "Please form an alliance agreement." Feng Jun breathed in deeply. He was already mentally prepared for the harsh alliance agreement. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead. His face was filled with shock as he stared at Feng Yuan, before falling to the ground. Chapter 1135. Feng Yuan stored Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses from before, Feng Yuan had collected a total of 9. There were also Gu immortal souls, 9 of them. Such a harvest is truly rare. If it were outside Gu immortals, even if they died, they would self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven, only Feng Jun could barely make it. This person is a smart person who knows when to yield, but after I gained the upper hand, the situation became under my control. He could not make a comeback. He begged for mercy because he had no other choice. It is a pity that he ran into me. Feng Yuan stopped sighing internally. The outcome was decided. It was time to reap the rewards. He turned around and walked into the stone pavilion, looking at the brass bell heavenly spirit that was hanging on the beam. Right now, I am the only Gu immortal in Heifan Grotto Heaven. I support myself to inherit this Heifan true inheritance. The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a while before it shook and let out a loud chime. Next, the stone tablet in the stone pavilion started to shine with pure white light. The white light was not glaring, it was very gentle. As the light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent, turning into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several blurry figures. On the surface of the wall of light, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan looked at it. These words were, "The blurry figures inside the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor only needs to reach in and take it." The final line was Heifan's instruction to the descendant of He tribe. "Inherit the inheritance. I hope that you can expand your clan and not tarnish the name of He tribe." Fang Yuan could not help but sigh after reading it. Old ancestor Heifan had put in a lot of effort to create this true inheritance. He had considered many aspects. It was a pity that death was like an extinguished lamp. Even such a legendary person could not predict what would happen after his death. The once powerful He tribe was already destroyed, and Heifan's true inheritance. But now, it was taken away by an outsider like Fang Yuan. The world changed, the world changed. Rise and fall, glory and disgrace, the past and the future changed. Fang Yuan sorted out his emotions. He started to follow the description on the wall of light. He started to move. He slowly extended his left hand towards the wall of light. The white light grew brighter and shone on his left arm, turning Fang Yuan's left arm transparent. From the outside, Fang Yuan could clearly see his own flesh and bones. There was also the bright red blood flowing in his veins. A small resistance came from the front. When Fang Yuan's left hand touched the light wall, it felt like he had touched a thin layer of ice. At the same time, he noticed that when the white light shone on his blood reacted. The rate of blood flow increased slightly, and its color suddenly changed from bright red to crimson, but it quickly returned to normal. Then, the wall of light in front of his left hand suddenly became soft, as if it had turned into liquid on Fang Yuan's left hand. He was able to smoothly reach into the stone tablet, as if he was dipping into water. Fang Yuan felt a chill in his heart and thought, that was close. This wall of light was also a test. It had just tested my blood. Thankfully, I had made ample preparations. I put in blood asset Immortal Gu and others into familiar face and modified this killer move, making my blood change into a disguise. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been in vain. This Heifan is really hard to deal with. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and started to look at the wall of light in front of him. He could see it clearly from the outside. There were 4 shadows in the wall of light, randomly distributed. The largest shadow was round like a ball, the size of a basin. It occupied the center of the wall of light. At the top right corner, there was a shadow with sharp edges, like a rock. On the left side of the wall of light, there was also a shadow, like tangled threads. There was another dot at the very bottom. The shadow was the smallest, about the size of a finger. Fang Yuan had worked hard for so long he finally obtained the famous Heifan true inheritance, but it did not seem to contain much information. Because of his position, Fang Yuan's left hand was on the left side of the wall of light. Thus, he directly grabbed the shadow closest to him. He grabbed this shadow that seemed to be tangled threads. The shadow had a rough texture. It gave Fang Yuan the feeling that it was the branches of an old tree. Next, Fang Yuan pulled out his hand and pulled this mysterious shadow out. Once it was out of the wall of light, aura leaked out. Evidently, these were Gu worms. These Gu worms were tangled together. They looked very similar, like ginseng roots or old tree roots. They were not immortal Gu. They were just mortal Gu. But even so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. His breathing became rough. Since ancient times, mortals and immortals were different. Immortal Gu were unique. They were unique. Mortal Gu could not compare to immortal Gu, but there was one exception. That was lifespan Gu. That's right, Fang Yuan pulled out lifespan Gu. This was within his expectations, but it was also unexpected. Earlier, when old immortal Chen Qi asked Fang Yuan for benefits, he mentioned lifespan goo. Thus, Fang Yuan had a mental estimate. But he did not expect there to be so many lifespan goo here. There seems to be a lot of lifespan goo. Fang Yuan started to refine the lifespan goo. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Even though these lifespan goo were not his, Fang Yuan had passed the test, he was recognized as the true inheritance inheritor. Under the illumination of the white light, Fang Yuan quickly refined these lifespan goo. He concluded, these lifespan goo add up to 720 years of lifespan. Huge gains. Old immortal Chen Qi had estimated that there would be 300 years of lifespan goo, but now that Fang Yuan saw it, he realized that old immortal Chen Qi had underestimated it. The number of lifespan goo in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was more than twice as much. These lifespan goo are very valuable. I can keep them for myself, who would complain about having a long lifespan. But I have more than 80 years of lifespan left. I have more than enough lifespan. Even if I do not use these lifespan goo, I can trade them. Transactions between goo immortals used immortal yuan stone as the basic currency. Lifespan goo's value far exceeded immortal yuan stone. No goo immortal did not need lifespan goo. In many high-end transactions, immortal yuan stone was no longer useful. Goo immortals only recognized lifespan goo. Lifespan goo was an absolute hard currency. While he was thinking, the lifespan goo had already been completely refined and belonged to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stored the lifespan goo in his hands into the sovereign immortal aperture, storing them properly. He did not intend to use these lifespan goo for now. Actually, the establishment of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was a huge success. It had been a long time. He accumulated so many lifespan goo. Thinking about it, it is not strange at all. My sovereign immortal aperture, when? Can it produce lifespan goo? Fang Yuan was a little fascinated. However, he also knew that he was still far from reaching this goal. Although he was making a lot of money every day and making a lot of profit every month, that was all from his previous accumulation. Managing the immortal aperture. It was still in the basic construction stage. Only when he had enough resources to feed all of his immortal goo for a long period of time would the basic construction be complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Langya Blessed Land. Compared to Langya Blessed Land, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's existence is not worth mentioning. Long Hair Ancestor was a legendary character of the medieval antiquity era 300,000 years ago. The lifespan goo in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven are over 700 years old. How many lifespan goo can Langya Blessed Land have? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Langya Blessed Land definitely has a lot of lifespan goo. No wonder the land spirit of Langya could take out some of them. They are used to feed wisdom goo. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Celestial Court. In the 500 years of his previous life, Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. Even if they had to sacrifice Feng Jioge, they did not hesitate. Lifespan goo was probably the main reason. Think about it, the old immortals in the heavenly court were all people with short lifespans. They could only linger on with their last breaths through hibernation. One could imagine how attractive these lifespan goo were to them. Fang Yuan's gaze. He turned towards the wall of light, stopping at the center. The shadow here was the largest. It is at the center. Does this mean that this is the most precious treasure in Hei Fan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart pounded. He stretched his left hand towards the center of the wall of light. Soon he touched that shadow. It felt cold, but the surface of the shadow was not smooth, it was uneven, like a sesame seed. Fang Yuan tried to take it. It was very heavy. According to a normal person's strength, he could not lift it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path mortal goo. After increasing his strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this shadow's true appearance, Fang Yuan's face showed a slightly surprised expression. This was not a single entity. More accurately speaking, this was the combination of countless individuals. This was an ant ball. The black ant ball was the size of a basin. It was very heavy. Countless black ants were huddled together. They were dense and compact. These ants were not ordinary ants. They were all mortal goo. The first one was a mortal goo, so be it. Because it was a lifespan goo, in the eyes of many goo immortals, it was more valuable than immortal goo. But this was a mortal goo? Fang Yuan was perplexed. He also found it strange. Because even with his eyesight he could not recognize what goo worm this was. Regardless of that, Fang Yuan felt that this was the content of He Fan's true inheritance. Even if it was a mortal goo, it would not be too bad. Thus, he started to refine it. Mortal goo could be refined with primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a goo immortal. He had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, turning into his own. Under Fang Yuan's will, the ants scattered. The center of the ant ball was revealed. Fang Yuan's expression changed. His gaze became sharp. Because he sensed the aura of an immortal goo. There was something good hidden in the center of the ant ball. There was an immortal goo. The ordinary ant mortal goo were finally refined by Fang Yuan. They were all scattered on the ground. There was only one goo worm left in Fang Yuan's left hand. Immortal goo. This goo was several times larger than the other black ant mortal goo. It was also in the shape of an ant, but its antennae were short, its chest was small, and its abdomen was huge, giving off a chubby feeling. Is this the ant queen of the ant group? Fang Yuan guessed. This immortal goo had a strong aura. It was a rank 7 immortal goo. It was just that Fang Yuan did not know what it was. He could not recognize it either. Chapter 1136. When refining immortal goo, primeval essence was not enough. Immortal essence was needed. At this time, Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He thought about it and directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this goo on the spot. The brass bell heavenly spirit had no reaction. Fang Yuan could not tell what it was thinking from the surface. After all, it was a bell, it was not a human, it was a beast. The refinement process was very smooth. This rank 7 immortal goo that looked like an ant queen did not resist, it cooperated instead. But it was still rank 7. Fang Yuan expended a lot of green grape immortal essence. Right now, my green grape immortal essence reserves are low again. Fang Yuan reminded himself. This time, he had used up a lot of green grape immortal essence to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. It was mainly due to the expenditure in battle. Even though he had the immortal killer move Myriad Self, the other immortal goo like Sword Escape and Flying Sword were all rank 7. Sword Path immortal killer moves also used rank 7 immortal goo as the cores. Even though the battle was not intense, his green grape immortal essence expenditure was not small. It seems that I need to quickly increase my immortal essence reserves when I return. Otherwise, I will have no confidence. After a while, Fang Yuan successfully refined this rank 7 immortal goo, keeping it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the light wall. The shadow at the bottom was too small, so Fang Yuan left it at the end. He stretched his hand into the light wall, taking out the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fang Yuan touched it for the first time, he was stimulated. This shadow was very cold. Fang Yuan took it out. It was indeed a block of ice. On the upper half of the ice layer, a goo worm was sealed. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attention was attracted to it. Even though it was sealed in ice, there was no aura. But Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He recognized this immortal goo, Your goo. It looked like a ladybug. It was thumb-sized and was black in color. But there were golden markings on its back. The golden markings were very dazzling, shining with light. The markings depicted a wild beast opening its mouth and roaring. Its sharp teeth left a deep impression. As for what wild beast it was, but it wasn't clear. Your goo. Fang Yuan sighed. This was a very famous time path immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of him. Because it was unique. By expending immortal materials, goo immortals could continuously parallel refine a year goo. Tempering and reverse tempering were the mainstream of the refinement path. Parallel tempering was relatively rare. A goo worm that could be refined horizontally. It was also relatively rare. Year goo was one of them. Mortal year goo were all below 10 years. There were 1 year goo, 2 year goo, 5-year goo and so on. When year goo reached rank 6, it would become an immortal goo, unique in the world. Rank 6 year goo had at least 10 years. 10-year immortal level year goo could be refined with other immortal materials. The refined year goo could become 20-year goo, 38-year goo, and so on. The highest was a 99-year goo. 100-year goo was rank 7. To refine a 10-year goo into a 100-year goo, it was not parallel refinement, but an upgrade refinement. The difficulty and failure rate of leveling up was tens of times, maybe even hundreds of times more than leveling up. 1,000-year goo was rank 8. According to this theory, 10,000-year goo was rank 9. However, there had never been a 10,000-year goo in history. But rank 8,000-year goo had existed before. The usage of year goo. It was very special. It would reduce the number of years according to the goo immortal's usage and quantity. For example, 50-year goo, after being used once, it would become 20-year goo. The usage of year goo needed to be controlled. It could not be overdone. For example, after 1,000-year goo was used, it would become 900-year goo. That would be a rank 7 immortal goo that fell to rank 6. It would be very troublesome to raise it again. It was also very risky. Strictly speaking, year goo was a consumable immortal goo. But it was not a one-time consumable goo like sovereign immortal fetus goo. It could be expended, but it could also be replenished. This was very special among goo worms. So, Hey Fan has immortal goo year. Year goo has a benefit: it does not need to worry about food. Because its food is the same as spring-autumn cicada, it is the water of the river of time. But how do I refine it? Feng Yuan was troubled. The year goo in front of him was sealed by an almost transparent piece of ice. Feng Yuan looked at this piece of ice. He found that it was very special. Its effect was like a fossil or amber. It sealed the immortal goo in ice, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. Why did Hey Fan seal year goo? Wait, this is? While observing, Feng Yuan had a new discovery. He found that at the bottom of the ice, there seemed to be a stream of water sealed. This is water? Feng Yuan shook it. He could see the stream of water clearly. He could even hear slight movements. Water was sealed in ice. It was quite strange. Feng Yuan's attention was attracted by the year goo above the stream of water. In comparison, the stream of water was not eye-catching. But now, when Feng Yuan observed again, he found this ice was huge. Year goo was only at the top, while the stream of water was at the bottom. It gave a feeling that this ice was not sealing year goo, but the stream of water. It is so serious. Is this stream of water a rank 9 immortal material that surpasses rank 8? Feng Yuan had a guess. Rank 9 immortal materials could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. It was rare in the world. It was very valuable. It was reasonable for a rank 9 immortal material to be sealed like this. Feng Yuan could not find a way to remove the ice. He placed it aside and held it with his right hand. His left hand went into the wall of light again. This time, he reached into the last shadow. He took it out. It was a rank 5 information path mortal goo. The contents inside were Hey Fan's true inheritance. It was extremely valuable. First, there was an introduction to the other goo worms. Feng Yuan looked at it and saw the description of the ant ball. So the rank 7 immortal goo at the center of the ant ball is the time path immortal goo after. Rank 7, after immortal goo. The following content explained the feeding of after immortal goo. After immortal goo's feeding was also special. This immortal goo ate everything. The way it ate was also very special. It produced black ant mortal goo and sent them out to eat all kinds of immortal materials, before gathering these nutrients on itself. Any immortal material can be used to feed after immortal goo. So the main point is not the immortal material, but the preservation of these black ant mortal goo. These black ant mortal goo were tough and could eat immortal materials. They could digest and preserve the nutrients. But they were only mortal goo after all. Once they were destroyed, the immortal goo after immortal goo would starve. Immortal goo after immortal goo could produce black ant mortal goo, but it could only produce one per month. If there were too few black ant mortal goo, after immortal goo after immortal goo after immortal goo would starve to death, that would be terrible. After all, this after-immortal goo could not eat itself. Fang Yuan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He continued reading. He saw the description of the ice block. The ice block was a brand new rank 8 immortal material, created by immortal Bing Ren. The latter was invited by He Fan and sealed 2 of He Fan's immortal goo. One immortal goo was Year Goo, it was only rank 6. Fang Yuan recognized it. The other immortal goo was that stream of water. This was the most important part of He Fan's true inheritance. It was called Years Flow Like Water, it was rank 8. Rank 8 Time Path Immortal Goo Years Flow Like Water. Rank 8 Goo Immortals were rare, rank 8 Immortal Goo were even rarer, they had huge value. Many rank 8 Goo Immortals. They did not have a single rank 8 Immortal Goo, they could not find one even after much searching. He Fan was a legend in history. He was the person who led He tribe to become an overlord. He only had one rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water. Fang Yuan's situation was very special. Currently, he was only a rank 6 goo immortal. But he already had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. One was attitude goo, one was wisdom sword goo, and the third was years flow like water. Ordinary goo immortals disliked having too few immortal goo. Fang Yuan's problem was that he had too many immortal goo. He did not have much development. Some immortal goo, like Wisdom Sword, he could not understand them. This rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water's effect was to produce year goo. The more immortal essence the goo immortal expends, the more year goo they produce. The more year goo they produce, they could even produce immortal level year goo. Of course, immortal goo were unique. Right now, this rank 6 year goo was still around, unless Fang Yuan used it and completely exhausted it. Only then could years flow like water produce an immortal level year goo. If the immortal goo year goo existed, the year goo that Fang Yuan consumed would only be a large number of mortal level year goo. Fang Yuan continued to read. Years flow like water immortal goo had 2 benefits. First, it did not have a high requirement to use it. Even rank 6 goo immortals could use it. It was just that when green grape immortal essence was expended, the year goo obtained would not be as much as rank 7 or 8 immortal essence. Second, years flow like water immortal goo was easy to feed. Its food was the water of the river of time. It was the same as year goo and spring-autumn cicada. This solved one of Fang Yuan's problems. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo was a huge burden. However, years flow like water immortal goo had a flaw. The information path goo worm's description was very clear. Once years flow like water immortal goo was unsealed, it would reveal its aura and attract year beasts to attack. Year beasts were rare beasts in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, but there were many of them in the river of time. They were very common. According to their battle strength, they were divided into desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts. The food of year beasts was year goo. The river of time was a paradise for time path goo worms. There were a vast number of wild time path goo worms inside. Year beasts were inside. They captured year goo and ate them. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts would be attracted to them. In fact, immortal level year goo could also attract year beasts. Even if they were placed in the immortal aperture, it would not be useful, because ordinary immortal apertures had tributaries of the river of time. When year beasts smell the year goo, they would enter the tributary from the river and appear in the goo immortal's immortal aperture. Immortal level year goo were already very attractive to year beasts. Years flow like water, which could produce year goo limitlessly, was hundreds or even thousands of times more attractive to year beasts than immortal level year goo. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed year goo and years flow like water immortal goo, not exposing any aura. At this point, Fang Yuan understood all the goo worms. The main point was the following content. Chapter 1137. A dazzling array of immortal killer moves were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan restrained the excitement in his heart, carefully inspecting it. The immortal killer moves were comprehensive, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. These were all time path immortal killer moves. Their cores were mostly year goo and after immortal goo. A small portion of the immortal killer moves used immortal goo years flow like water as the core. Immortal killer moves that used rank 8 immortal goo as the core were naturally very effective. Fang Yuan had experienced this long ago. His familiar face was a legendary method that used rank 8 attitude goo as the core. Of course, the current Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. His green grape immortal essence could not activate years flow like water. It was not like attitude goo, which could be controlled with mental strength. Attitude goo is a legendary immortal goo recorded in the legends of Renzu. In terms of usage, years flow like water is inferior to it. But speaking of which, wasn't attitude goo given to He Feng Yu by He Fan? These immortal killer moves broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. The principles involved, the combination of goo worms, gave him a feeling of great gains with just a glance. There were more than 30 immortal killer moves. Some immortal killer moves were split into rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8 levels. Some immortal killer moves even had He Fan's attainments and experiences when he created them in the past. Year of Harvest? Fang Yuan's gaze paused slightly. He found an interesting immortal killer move among them. Year of Harvest. This was the name of the immortal killer move. The core immortal goo used was immortal level year goo. There were tens of thousands of supplementary mortal goo. They were split into different categories. The activation process was very complicated. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even a legendary person like him would need 2 to 3 days to activate this immortal killer move. The immortal essence expenditure was huge, but Year of Harvest's effect was calculated from the time the killer move was activated. It would greatly increase the immortal aperture's resource production. This was an immortal killer move used to manage the immortal aperture. It was a rare killer move, but it was very practical. He Fan also praised this immortal killer move. According to the introduction, this immortal killer move was not created by him, but had been exchanged with someone called Dan Immortal. Fang Yuan took a closer look. The bountiful year required many mortal goo. If he wanted to prepare them, he would have to start with jewel yellow skies. He definitely had to use this killer move. But not only did he need to expend a lot of immortal essence, he also expended a lot of year goo. The year goo I obtained is only 100 years old. He had to refine it evenly. Only then could he use the Year of Harvest. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss if it was reduced to immortal goo. Fang Yuan continued reading. Of these killer moves, some were shockingly powerful, some were incredibly exquisite and unimaginable. But to Fang Yuan, none of this was particularly important. Fang Yuan did not forget his main objective from start to finish. That was to find a way to delay his immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. A day feels like a year. His eyes lit up as he saw his goal. This immortal killer move still used immortal level year goo as the core. Large numbers of day goo were used as support. Once activated, it could slow down the immortal aperture's time. Just from the name alone, 1 day in the immortal aperture would slow down to a year's time. However, He Fan mentioned in his notes, slowing 1 day in the immortal aperture to a year's time, that was purely in theory. The actual effect would have to be determined by the specific situation. For example, if a strength path goo immortal mainly had strength path Dao marks, this time path killer move's effect would be greatly reduced. If a time path goo immortal used it themselves, it would be like He Fan using it on himself. The effect would be amplified by the goo immortal's time path Dao marks. The effect would be much better. Or for example, a low-grade blessed land and a high-grade blessed land had the same killer move. The effects were different. A month feels like a year. Fang Yuan continued to read. There was another immortal killer move. It was very similar to a year. It also slowed the immortal aperture's time, turning a month into a year. The core goo was still immortal level year goo, but the supplementary mortal goo was month goo. Day goo, month goo, year goo. These were all time path goo worms. They could be compared. Other than day feels like a year and month feels like a year, there were 2 other immortal killer moves. They were called year feels like a month and year feels like a day. The first 2 slowed the immortal aperture's time, while the second two sped up the time. To extend the immortal aperture's time, the interval between calamities and tribulations would naturally be lengthened. For example, Feng Yuan would undergo tribulation in 2 months in the outside world. After using day feels like a year, he would need decades or even centuries to undergo the next calamity and tribulation. Seeing this, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He felt joy in his heart. The previous 3 earthly calamities had forced him into a corner. He could only brace himself and charge through them. Now that he had this immortal killer move, it was different. From now on, Feng Yuan could advance or retreat. He had room to maneuver. It was very important. But for now, there is no need to slow the immortal aperture's time. After a few more earthly calamities, I can gain Dao marks and raise my cultivation level. With Chu Du's help, I have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Feng Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were drawbacks. This would cause the growth of resources to fall sharply, and Feng Yuan's cultivation level to rise would also fall by a large margin. Next, I need to prepare these goo worms. There is no need to prepare immortal goo, but I need day goo and month goo in large quantities. Even if I buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies, I will need to buy them for a long time. Hei Fan's true inheritance did not leave any mortal goo like day goo, month goo, or year goo. Feng Yuan had to buy them himself. Even though this was difficult, as long as Feng Yuan made up his mind, he could make it happen. These 4 immortal killer moves can be considered as set of killer moves. They are specially used to change the immortal aperture's time. Hei Fan, who created this killer move, is truly a genius. Finally, Hei Fan mentioned, if the inheritor could obtain immortal level day goo or month goo, these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level day goo and month goo. Moreover, the killer move's effect would be much stronger. I am already very fortunate to be able to obtain immortal level year goo. As for immortal level day goo and month goo, let's forget about them. Feng Yuan did not want too much. He had already achieved the main objective of this trip, so he was already satisfied. He continued to read. Immortal killer move, years in the prime of life. Soon, Feng Yuan saw an interesting killer move. This killer move also used year goo as the core. But it could give the goo immortal immense strength. The more year goo was consumed, the more strength the goo immortal would gain. This was Hei Fan's unique creation. He used time path goo worms to display the effect of strength path. Immortal killer move, 100 years of harmony. It also used year goo as the core, with a large number of information path mortal goo as supplementary. The alliance agreement's effect was effective for 100 years. This was using time path goo worms to display the power of information path. I can use it with Chu Du after all. My alliance agreement with him was set up by him. It is not too stable. Feng Yuan quickly had this thought. Immortal killer move, unlucky year. This was an immortal killer move that used year's flow like water as the core. Feng Yuan could not use it yet. He could only look at it and drool. Using time path to display the profundity of luck path. This was an offensive killer move. Once the enemy was hit, their luck would fall greatly within a year. They would be in trouble. As expected of Hei Fan, an elite among rank 8 goo immortals. If he came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be recruited into Celestial Court. He would definitely be an elite among Celestial Court goo immortals. They could use their main path to connect to other paths and display the profundities of other paths. This was the mark of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 goo immortals could not reach this level. Hei Fan was very powerful. Similar to Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was also a rank 8 goo immortal. He cultivated wisdom path. But when Bo Qing awakened Immortal Zombie and his sword lights rampaged in Central Continent, he could use repair method to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. The restoration effect was much better than ordinary refinement path methods. This was using wisdom path to display the profundity of refinement path. Endless future trouble? What move is this? Finally, Feng Yuan saw an immortal killer move. Its core was after immortal goo. Once the goo immortal activated it, the calamity and tribulation would be moved to the next, exploding together with the next calamity and tribulation. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. In this killer move's introduction, He Fan had also left behind a warning. This killer move could not be used too often, even though it could move calamities and tribulations to the next time. But if it angered Providence, the calamity and tribulation's power would multiply. Even though this immortal killer move was created by He Fan, he had only used it once and never used it again. To warn the future generations, He Fan specially named it Endless Future Trouble. It can only be used in emergencies, it cannot be used often. But it's definitely an excellent method. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Angering Providence? It did not matter to him. In any case, Providence was thinking of ways to get rid of him. Feng Yuan's existence itself was the greatest offense and anger towards Providence. After some time, Feng Yuan finally finished reading the Immortal Killer Move's content. It was very comprehensive, even the management of the immortal aperture was included. Not to mention, it even imitated the effects of other paths. Even though there were only a few immortal goo in He Fan's true inheritance. But with all sorts of mortal goo, countless immortal killer moves could be formed, allowing the goo immortal to deal with any situation. This was the normal state of orthodox cultivation. Even though He Fan was strong, he was not even one of the 10 extreme existences. Thus, he raised few goo worms. They were all time path goo worms, he could afford it. The number of goo worms was not important, the goo immortal using them was. He Fan was the best example. He only had 2 or 3 goo, but he could use them in all sorts of ways. There was no strongest immortal goo, only the strongest goo immortal. This was also the reason behind this sentence. Chapter 1138. Compared to He Qing, even though I have many immortal goo, they are not developed enough. Feng Yuan reflected on himself and reflected on himself. He Fan's true inheritance moved him a lot, but he did not waver. It is not wrong of me to feed so many immortal goo. Goo immortals placed great importance on calamities and tribulations. The higher one's cultivation went, the harder it would be to transcend the tribulation. Black Fan had few immortal goo, the burden of feeding it was small, but it had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. Most of the resources had been accumulated. Even if they were sold for immortal yuan stones, they could be converted into rich immortal essence reserves. Moreover, He Fan had a family, a superpower with a gold bloodline. He Fan also liked to guide juniors. He had many immortal goo that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them to He tribe's main goo immortals, or used them as He tribe's treasury to be passed down. He Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme aptitudes. His immortal aperture's potential was limited. There was a limit to the resources he could manage. All in all, feeding a few immortal goo and developing a large number of killer moves was a wise move. But Feng Yuan was different. The specific situation had to be analyzed in detail. The first biggest difference was the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had huge potential. Raising goo was a burden. Feeding immortal goo was even more of a burden. However, Feng Yuan could afford it and even had more than enough to spare. The second difference was that Feng Yuan was a loner. He was alone, so he didn't have to worry about his family. He didn't have to worry about his family, nor did he have to worry about his descendants. This was the advantage of being alone. The advantage of clans was in sharing resources and helping each other. But at He Fan's level, it was just that the more effort he put in, the more the family would benefit. But He Fan had never thought of leaving the family. He had grown up in such an atmosphere in his family. Throughout the entire process, he received a lot of care from his family, which resulted in kinship, friendship, love, and other restraints. He cared about his family. There were also his descendants. The environment in which a person grew up had a huge impact on a person. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, was free and unrestrained, so he had almost no burden in this aspect. Although he had joined the Langya sect, he was just using them. The third difference was that Feng Yuan was under immense pressure to survive. He needed a large number of immortal goo. Immortal Gu were unique, there were many of them, they were categorized and could be used to deal with all sorts of situations. For example, to fight enemies, he could use Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Retreat. He used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Even without killer moves, Fang Yuan could deal with them with just Immortal Gu. In fact, the more Immortal Gu there were, the greater the benefits of constructing immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves used Immortal Gu as the core and Mortal Gu as supplementary. For example, Fang Yuan's Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death used Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core. A small number of other Sword Path and other paths Mortal Gu were supplementary. But if Fang Yuan did not have Flying Sword Immortal Gu and only had Sword Escape Immortal Gu, he would use Sword Escape to replace Flying Swords and use Sword Marks targeting death. What should he do? Replacing Flying Swords with Sword Escape was also feasible. Because they were both Sword Path Immortal Gu, they had such a foundation. They could totally be replaced. But the killer move Sword Marks targeting death would have to change greatly. Flying Sword was an offensive Immortal Gu. It was easy to use it to construct offensive killer moves. Sword Escape was a teleportation Immortal Gu. If it was used to replace Flying Swords, the Mortal Gu needed for Sword Marks targeting death would not only need to be changed, the number would also increase greatly. This way, the activation of Sword Marks would be more complicated and difficult, the time needed would be longer, the chances of failure would be higher, the practicality would be lower. All in all, He Fan's Gu nurturing strategy was very common, but it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu nurturing strategy was very accurate to him. But if other Gu immortals tried to learn it, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan continued to read. In He Fan's True Inheritance, after the immortal killer moves, there were mortal killer moves. There were many of these killer moves, most of them were time path, but Fang Yuan could not use them anymore. Mortal and immortal levels were different. Maybe in the future, when Fang Yuan fought against other Gu immortals, he could use these as probing methods. But there was little use, because Fang Yuan already had many outstanding mortal killer moves. He had already grasped countless Blood Path and Strength Path killer moves. The only use of these mortal killer moves was to be used as a foundation for deductions. After mortal killer moves, there were some killer moves that were not created. There were immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. The degree of completion was different, some were just pure inspiration or conjecture. This was the part that He Fan did not complete before his death. Deducing killer moves was an unavoidable and indispensable part of a Gu immortal's cultivation. Fang Yuan took a look, but did not feel much sympathy. His time path attainment level was too low, Wisdom Gu could not be used. Moreover, Fang Yuan had many methods already, they were enough. Thus, the killer moves section came to an end. After I return, I need to spend a lot of time to practice these killer moves. Fang Yuan planned. Killer moves had a chance of failure. If they failed in an intense battle, the Gu immortal would suffer backlash. If it happened at a crucial moment in the battle, it would be even worse. It was even possible that the success or failure of a killer move could affect the outcome of the battle, it could even be the difference between life and death. Thus, killer moves had to be practiced thoroughly. He needed funds for this. He needed to buy the supplementary Mortal Gu used to construct the killer moves. When he practiced, he would need to expend Immortal Essence to activate the immortal killer moves. He would need to practice them more than once. All of these needed money. Money. Thus, Gu Immortal's immortal aperture management was the most important aspect of cultivation. Economy was the foundation of military strength. Furthermore, wars were dangerous. There were calamities and tribulations. Unless there was a huge conflict of interest, Gu immortals usually lived peacefully. To practice so many killer moves, it is a huge expenditure. Fang Yuan frowned. He was happy but also worried. It was a pure happy annoyance. A large number of immortal killer moves, even more mortal killer moves, and many incomplete killer moves. Fang Yuan looked at these killer moves. Next, he saw Gu recipes. Immortal Gu recipes. The first was the parallel refinement recipe of immortal level Year Gu. Parallel refinement gu recipes. There were quite a few. There were 5 gu recipes, all of them could be used for parallel refinement, raising the effect of year gu. Later on, He Fan recorded his experiences, describing the pros and cons of these 5 methods, as well as the small tricks in parallel refinement. Just these gu refinement methods were enough for Fang Yuan to gain a lot. Among the 5 parallel refinement immortal gu recipes, He Fan used the last one the most. This immortal gu recipe was created by He Fan in his later years. It used the least materials. It had the highest success rate and consumed the least amount of time and effort. Specifically speaking, it used a large number of mortal level year gu. Adding them to immortal level year gu, the effect was very good. After creating it, He Fan almost gave up on the previous 4 gu recipes. He used this parallel refinement gu recipe. But to ensure that He Fan's true inheritance was comprehensive, he recorded all 4 of them. Rank 8 immortal gu years flow like water can produce countless mortal level year gu, using these mortal level year gu. Parallel refinement of immortal level year gu is really convenient. Fang Yuan sighed, continuing to read. Next was the immortal gu recipe for refining after immortal gu. Fang Yuan already had this immortal gu. Thus, he only took a quick glance. All in all, the scale of these immortal gu recipes was shocking. There were close to 100 of them. Moreover, they were all complete immortal gu recipes. Most were rank 6 immortal gu recipes. A small number of rank 7s, and 2 to 3 rank 8s. The paths involved. The main one was time path, it was the majority. But there were other paths. For example, fire path, luck path, and others. Compared to immortal killer moves, these immortal gu recipes were more messy. There were modern immortal gu recipes, there were also ancient immortal gu recipes. Some of the ancient recipes' immortal materials were already extinct, they could not be used. In the entire immortal gu recipe, He Fan emphasized on years flow like water. Years flow like water, this rank 8 immortal gu was actually created by He Fan. His inspiration came from the parallel refinement of year gu. He Fan also described the entire process of refining years flow like water in detail. To gather enough immortal materials, he used up almost all of He tribe's treasury, and even paid a huge price and favor to invite 2 refinement path grade experts. In the end, he still owed a huge debt. To refine years flow like water, He Fan put in a lot of effort. During the refinement process, he suffered many failures, he thought of giving up several times. He Fan recorded all of this, he was not afraid that people would laugh at him for being weak. It could be seen that He Fan had set up this true inheritance with a conscience. Thankfully, his luck was good, after failing 9 times, he succeeded. From his words, He Fan's difficulties and risks in refining rank 8 immortal gu were all expressed. Even after succeeding, He Fan's lingering fear did not disappear for many years. He solemnly told his successors to cherish their predecessors' hard-earned results. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future, they had to be extremely careful when refining other rank 8 immortal gu. Fang Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Xuehu. Right now, this old man was refining a rank 8 immortal gu. Chapter 1139. After the immortal gu recipes, there were mortal gu recipes. There were even more mortal gu recipes, they were densely packed together. Fang Yuan was a little shocked. What he paid attention to were the mortal gu recipes of day, moon, and year gu. According to these mortal gu recipes, Fang Yuan could gather mortal materials and refine mortal day, moon, and year gu himself. This way, not only can I buy these mortal gu from jewel yellow skies, I can also refine them myself. This will greatly reduce the time I need to prepare them. But it is not worth it to refine them myself, I might as well ask Lang Yasek's hairy men to do it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned unnoticeably. His relationship with Lang Yasek had become cold. If he wanted to borrow Lang Yasek's strength, he would need to improve their relationship first. Ignoring this for now, Fang Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After the immortal gu recipes and mortal gu recipes, There were some incomplete goo recipes. They were not complete, some were as high as 90%, but they were stuck at the bottleneck. Some only had 10 to 20%, they had just been created. Immortal goo, before? Feng Yuan's gaze froze. The incomplete immortal goo recipes recorded the immortal goo recipes of before goo, they were only 57% complete. Before immortal goo and after immortal goo were immortal goo corresponding to each other. Evidently, when He Fan was alive, he not only had after immortal goo, he also coveted before immortal goo. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not succeed. There were also He Fan's records, they were his experiences in deducing goo recipes. He described the difficulty of deducing, he advised the inheritor to persevere without fear of difficulties. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of inspiration. Thus, at the end, He Fan wrote down some small recipes. For example, using Wisdom Path Inspiration Goo, Light Path a Flash of Inspiration Goo, and others to help him deduce. Seeing this, Feng Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he had obtained Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path True Inheritance, he was superior to He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences. In Feng Yuan's opinion, they were still superficial. Everyone had their own specialties, even though He Fan was strong, he had his weaknesses. Just like back then. Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed long hair ancestors helped to refine immortal goo. After killer moves and goo recipes, it was He Fan's own cultivation experiences. There was a map that not only included the 5 regions, but also White Sky and Black Sky. It was very valuable. Of course, the map of Northern Plains was the most detailed, while the other 4 regions were much more crude. The day and night maps were the ones that Feng Yuan paid the most attention to. It was an eye-opener for him. Some powerful rank 7 goo immortals and all rank 8 goo immortals would go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the map, there were many secrets of the goo immortal world. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land. 88-point Shenyang Tower. There was a lot of content in this area, but it was useless now. There were also some guesses from He Fan. One of them caught Feng Yuan's attention. He Fan suspected that a Time Path Goo immortal at that time had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Feng Yuan could sense He Fan's yearning for Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was normal. As a Time Path great expert, he could not help but envy and desire the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. Finally, the important part was He Fan's theories and experience in managing immortal apertures. He used his own situation as an example to explain the relationship between calamities and tribulations, Dao marks, immortal apertures, and others. How to modify the environment of the immortal aperture, like changing the time flow of the immortal aperture. There was also managing the immortal aperture and selling resources. The main point here was year goo. Back then, after He Fan refined rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, selling mortal level year goo became his main source of income. In a few months, he became the biggest year goo seller in the world. He was making a lot of money every day. With this rank 8 immortal goo, he was an endless gold mine. However, He Fan also described the year beast invasion in detail. How to deal with year beast attacks, how to kill year beasts, how to dissect year beasts, how to sell year beasts. There was also the relationship between year beasts and immortal apertures. Feng Yuan frowned as he read. In He Fan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level year beasts had appeared. This was rank 8 battle strength. He Fan spent a lot of effort to kill them. And because of the battle in his immortal aperture, he suffered huge losses. Many times, He Fan felt heartache over his losses. After the painful lesson, He Fan started to research on how to seal years flow like water and isolate its aura without using it. He discovered and invented many methods. They were all recorded in the True Inheritance. There were great results. However, He Fan warned his inheritor to pay attention to one thing. That was, in an intense battle, he had to be careful when using years flow like water immortal goo. If he attracted immemorial year beasts during the battle and attacked his immortal aperture, the result would be terrible. It seems that I need to be more careful when using year's flow like water. In the worst case, Providence might use this to attract immemorial year beasts. Then I will die for sure. The mere rank 6 Fang Yuan could not resist rank 8 existences. With such a huge difference in strength, there were no accidents or flukes. Retracting his consciousness from the mortal letter Gu, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He Fan's true inheritance, as expected of a time path great expert's inheritance, it lives up to its name. Fang Yuan praised internally, it is just that the difficulty of inheriting it is too high. Precisely because of this difficulty, He tribe's descendants could not obtain any results despite their hard work. In the end, Fang Yuan found a loophole and obtained the fruits of his labor. Fang Yuan might look relaxed, but it was built on many factors. For example, attitude Gu, familiar face, and Chu Du's help in snatching the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the common sense of the Gu immortal world, inheritances left behind by people like He Fan are usually difficult to inherit. For example, Northern Plains Nyen Air tribe's Nyen Air Sword Saints' true inheritance. Only one inheritor would appear every few hundred years. The current inheritor was Nyen Air Pingji. Chapter 1140. In the next few days, Fang Yuan's footprints were all over He Fan Grotto Heaven. His divine sense was constantly enveloping the surroundings as he observed and studied them carefully. Sometimes, Fang Yuan felt like He Fan was guiding him across the river of time. He Fan's true inheritance had detailed explanations. This He Fan Grotto Heaven was a real example. It could be touched, excavated, and observed. If there were any changes, Fang Yuan would soul search those Gu immortal captives. This allowed him to understand, in the long history of time, the rise and fall of countless species, and the secrets behind it. He Fan's talent made Fang Yuan feel admiration. He also benefited greatly from it. Regarding the sovereign immortal aperture's construction, Fang Yuan had many new ideas now. When Fang Yuan was sure that he had a complete understanding of He Fan Grotto Heaven, he started to relocate it. First was the heavenly crystal. He Fan Grotto Heaven's #1 forbidden area was the heavenly crystal storage pool. This pool was built in the sky. It covered an area of 100 li. It was surrounded by layers of Gu formations. But the heavenly crystal only occupied a small area at the center. The heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven were light green in color. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. According to their origins, they would have different colors. Fang Yuan moved this storage pool into his mini azure heaven. It is a pity that this storage pool can only produce heavenly crystals in the grotto heaven. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land. It has no use here. But with the light green heavenly crystals in the storage pool, along with the heavenly crystal eagle nest, I should be able to last for 5 to 6 years. Fang Yuan estimated, with this income, it would not be a problem to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Heavenly crystals were not easy to buy in jewel yellow skies. The second forbidden area was underground. This was a very large cavern. There were large amounts of stalactites growing in the cave. The hibiscus stalactite was the most valuable. It was rare in the outside world, but there was a lot of it here. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig out the entire cave. He moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture and buried it in mini southern border. Thankfully, he had pulling mountain immortal Gu, otherwise, this second forbidden area would not be easy to deal with. It's just that this way. For the stalactites to grow, they needed to absorb the earth chi in the sovereign immortal aperture. This would undoubtedly increase the expenditure of the sovereign immortal aperture's earth chi. Every once in a while, I have to place my immortal aperture to replenish earth chi. Apart from these natural resources, there were also ancient desolate plants and ancient desolate beasts. Among the ancient desolate plants, there was a walking meat tree. This kind of tree was a rare strength path plant that grew in black sky. In order to nurture it, He Fan had purposely sealed off a portion of He Fan's grotto heaven, creating a state of complete darkness. Around the walking meat tree, He Fan had meticulously laid out a set of ecology to allow the walking meat tree to survive. The branches of the walking meat tree were like flexible and thick octopus tentacles. With a light whip, he could send a desolate beast flying. Feng Yuan had seen it before in the starry sky grotto heaven. Now that he saw the second one, he couldn't help but sigh. He had once hoped to obtain a walking meat tree, because he could use Eat Strength Immortal Goo to increase his strength path down marks. But now, he had the walking meat tree, but the Eat Strength Immortal Goo was destroyed. It was truly a mistake. Feng Yuan placed the walking meat tree in Mini Black Heaven in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The power of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was starting to show itself. He Fan needed to make meticulous arrangements to nurture the walking meat tree. Feng Yuan did not need to do that. Mini Black Heaven's environment was similar to the real immemorial Black Heaven. After the walking meat tree was moved here, they were excited, stretching their branches in satisfaction. Because of He Fan's special methods, Feng Yuan did not spend much effort moving these ancient desolate plants. It was smooth sailing. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in He Fan Grotto Heaven were the same. Feng Yuan used the methods in He Fan's true inheritance to draw these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. What was worth mentioning was that among the ancient desolate beasts in He Fan Grotto Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly hounds. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan needed dog desolate beasts, not ancient desolate beasts. He needed dog desolate beast feces to feed the rank 6 luck immortal goo. But these 3 remnant heavenly hounds were not useless. In the future, if Feng Yuan raises luck immortal goo from rank 6 to rank 7, the food would change. By then, the remnant heavenly hound's feces would be useful. Feng Yuan's relocation was very efficient. Throughout the process, the brass bell heavenly spirit accompanied him silently. Feng Yuan was the owner of the grotto heaven. The heavenly spirit could only support and cooperate with him, it would not resist him. After spending half a month, Feng Yuan finally emptied the entire He Fan Grotto Heaven. Even the empty Immortal Succession Mountain was not let off by Feng Yuan. He moved it to Mini Southern Border. Originally, He Fan Grotto Heaven had a large number of Goo Masters and Mortals. These were the bloodline descendants of He Tribe's sinful immortals. Feng Yuan killed all of them and collected their souls, preparing to use them on Dang Hun Mountain. What made Feng Yuan feel regretful was that there were no variant humans living in He Fan Grotto Heaven. When a Grotto Heaven or Blessed Land reaches a certain stage, Goo Immortals would raise variant humans inside. Even though He Fan had the ability to do so, he did not do so. Even though there were no variant humans, and most of the cultivation resources were consumed by He Fan Grotto Heaven's Goo Immortals, Feng Yuan's gains were still huge. He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources enriched the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. It was no longer barren and started to show signs of life. This is a huge leap. If I work hard myself, I would need at least 600 years to develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture to this stage. And this is the best case scenario. But now, after annexing He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, I have reached this stage. He Fan Grotto Heaven had existed for too long. It had accumulated a huge amount of resources. After all, this was the wealth of a rank 8 Goo Immortal. Even though a lot of it had been used up and was far from its peak, Feng Yuan still benefited a lot from it. For example, in the past, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was like a poor household. It did not even have enough immortal goo to eat. But now, it had inherited a wealth of billions. It was a true tycoon. Right now, the total value of the cultivation resources in my Sovereign Immortal Aperture surpasses most rank 7 Goo Immortals. As for rank 8 level, it is barely enough. Of course, a lot of the resources here have just been moved into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The environment has changed, especially the lack of time path down marks. It will cause a huge decrease in production. There will even be decay and death. All sorts of animals and plants need to adapt to the new environment. I need to adapt to the new environment. My Sovereign Immortal Aperture also needs to digest these. Some of the resources that I do not need will be sold to exchange for what I need. All the resources were moved. This was just the beginning. Next, Fang Yuan had to manage the place. There were many things to do. A few days later, Fang Yuan brought Chu Du into He Fan Grotto Heaven. After receiving your letter, I rushed here without stopping. This is He Fan Grotto Heaven? Why is it so barren and barren? Chu Du came to He Fan Grotto Heaven and looked around. He was surprised and disappointed. He Fan Grotto Heaven was empty. Even the grass on the surface was stripped clean by Fang Yuan. Not a single blade of grass was left. Not to mention the trees on the ground. There were also the tea streams and rivers. They were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan's pulling water immortal goo. The originally picturesque He Fan Heavenly Grotto was now incomparably desolate. Occasionally, strong winds would blow, sweeping up waves of yellow sand. It was extremely miserable. Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. The expression on his face seemed to say, "Dude, your table manners are a bit too much. I came here eagerly, and this is what you show me?" Fang Yuan smiled as he pointed at the sky. "Brother Chu, I am not sure. According to the alliance agreement, I will give you 30% of the profits. Now, this He Fan Grotto Heaven is yours." Chu Du heard this and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in shock. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Yuan nodded. Chu Du was moved. Even if the Grotto Heaven's resources were all taken by Fang Yuan, this was still a Grotto Heaven. The relationship between resources and Grotto Heaven was like an egg and a chicken. Fang Yuan took away the eggs, leaving the chicken that laid the eggs to Chu Du. Chu Du squinted as bright light flashed in his eyes. He found that he could not reject it. The reason? Because if he controlled this Grotto Heaven, it would be a huge help to Chu Du's cultivation. Chu Du had an immortal aperture. But it was just a blessed land, be it time path or space path resources, they could not compete with Grotto Heavens. Not to mention this Grotto Heaven left behind by He Fan. Chu Du's blessed land had a lot of cultivation resources. But these resources were not safe with him. The reason was calamities and tribulations. When heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities deal with goo immortals, they would also destroy the resources in the immortal aperture. Chu Du had rank 7 cultivation level. He had gone through many calamities and tribulations. He knew the pain and trouble of resources being destroyed by calamities and tribulations. He did not have the great strength true martial physique. The blessed land had limited space. It was unlike Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was too big. Even after storing all of He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, there was still a lot of space left. Fang Yuan could choose an empty land to face the calamities and tribulations. But Chu Du could not. Chapter 1141. After the exchange, He Fan Grotto Heaven officially changed owners. Even though Chu Du urged him to stay, Fang Yuan insisted on leaving. He had stayed in He Fan Grotto Heaven for too long. It was time for Fang Yuan to prepare for the 4th earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving he used the immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony to set an agreement with Chu Du. Fang Yuan left quickly, leaving Chu Du behind. He looked at the desolate He Fan Grotto Heaven, feeling a headache. He returned to Langya Blessed Land. Oh look, Fang Yuan is back. A hairy man goo immortal was in Langya Blessed Land. He saw Fang Yuan flying in the sky. Does it matter if he returns or not? That's right, our Langya sect has no difference with or without him. This person is a human goo immortal after all. He is not one of us hairy men. Forget about him. We need to plan on how to encircle that falling star hound. Soon, these hairy man goo immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss tactics. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy man goo immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan's investigative methods allowed him to hear every word of these hairy man goo immortals' conversation. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for He Fan's true inheritance. The 4th earthly calamity was approaching. This earthly calamity, Fang Yuan planned to undergo it alone. Even though it would be safer with Chu Du's help, reckless savage's true meaning would be taken away by him. If there were benefits, Fang Yuan wanted to take it all for himself. When he could not take it, he would think of other methods. And this time, he obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength rose greatly, he was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo the tribulation, I need Lang Yasek's immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move. I need to borrow immortal goo and mortal goo from the land spirit of Langya. With my current cold relationship with the land spirit of Langya, I am afraid I cannot borrow them. Unless I can sell huge benefits like Dang Hun Mountain. From the looks of it, while he still had some time, he would first complete the sect mission to exterminate the falling star hound. Firstly, it could ease the tension between them. Secondly, he could obtain a considerable amount of sect contribution points. I can pay for borrowing the goo. Fang Yuan didn't return to his own cloud city. Instead, he flew all the way to the first cloud city. There, he saw the land spirit of Langya. You're still willing to come back? The land spirit of Langya was not polite to Fang Yuan. His attitude was very cold. Fang Yuan sighed. He said with a bitter expression, Supreme First Elder, please forgive me. I have my own difficulties. It wasn't that I was indifferent before, it was just that I didn't have the energy and time. This trip had temporarily alleviated the crisis that he was in. As soon as I returned, I heard the grand elders of the sect discussing how to encircle and annihilate the falling star hound. I rushed over immediately because I wanted to take this mission from the hands of the first supreme elder. The land spirit of Langya heard this and relaxed his brows. That means you are going to take action? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. Actually, I had always wanted to take action. After all, I am a member of Langya sect. But the situation forced me, I had no choice. Now that I have the energy, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills combined with attitude goo had an immediate effect. Immediately, the land spirit of Langya felt that Fang Yuan was speaking the truth, and he was very sincere and apologetic. The land spirit of Langya's expression eased up. He was about to agree, but he swallowed his words and said, You want to take this mission now? It might be troublesome. Earlier, 12th Hair and the rest had already agreed to take action together. Last time, although they failed, their gains were huge. Both sides suffered heavy losses. This time, they might succeed. Fang Yuan, if you want to take this mission now, not to mention whether you can succeed or not, you will have a conflict with them. Fang Yuan was only an outsider, while 12th Hair and the rest were true hairy man-goo immortals. They were on the same side. The land spirit of Langya's words showed that he was biased towards 12th Hair and the rest. Fang Yuan nodded. So that's it. How about this? Let them take this mission first. If they cannot complete it, I will take action. How about that? The land spirit of Langya thought about it and nodded. Okay. Fang Yuan added, First Supreme Elder, please publicize this matter. The land spirit of Langya had no objections. Once this matter was publicized, a storm blew in Langya sect. That Fang Yuan wants to take action? He must have seen that we are about to succeed, that's why he wants to take action. Despicable scoundrel. Let's not talk about despicable or not. I only know that the reward for killing the falling star hound is already over 1,000. Whoever can complete it will benefit greatly. Oh 12th Hair, you must succeed this time, don't give Fang Yuan any chance. The hairy man-goo immortals had a common enemy. 12th Hair nodded, he subconsciously clenched his fists as he thought, We must succeed this time, we will make ample preparations and not let everyone down. The previous battle results gave these hairy men huge confidence. 12th Hair was prepared to take action again in 2 days. But after this matter, he decided to be more cautious and make ample preparations. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received information that 12th Hair and the rest were going to take action. He came uninvited and met up with 12th Hair and the rest. Elder Fang Yuan. 6th Hair was the first to greet him. He spoke in a strange tone. His true identity was a spy of the Shadow Sect, but even if Fang Yuan exposed him on the spot, no one would believe him. Moreover, he had made a transaction with Fang Yuan. He had this information on him, he was fearless. Last time, he was ordered to transact with Fang Yuan on behalf of Ing Wuxie. Fang Yuan had the upper hand, he suffered a lot. Fang Yuan did not make a move in time to kill the falling star hound. Sixth Hair ran around and manipulated public opinion, causing the relationship between Fang Yuan and Lang Ye sect to plummet. Elder Fang Yuan, I know why you are here, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. 12th Hair took a step forward, he puffed out his chest and said confidently. His tone was normal, it was righteous, unlike 6th Hair who was hiding his true intentions. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hair. He immediately found that this hairy man Gu immortal had changed. He was more confident and composed than before. So to kill him, I need to secretly get rid of the Lang Ye sect alliance agreement. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow Lang Ye sect's strength. And 6th Hair was a serious obstacle to him. The relationship between Fang Yuan and Lang Ye sect had become so bad, 6th Hair played a huge role. In Lang Ye sect, Fang Yuan and 6th Hair were both people with evil intentions. Between the two of them, their relationship was not simple. Fang Yuan and 6th Hair had made a deal before, so they had information on each other. Fang Yuan had an agreement with Lang Ye sect. He could not purposely do anything harmful to Lang Ye sect. Of course, he could say yes. 6th Hair was a member of Lang Ye sect. And this time, if 6th Hair's life was in danger, Fang Yuan could not just watch him die. Of course, in this aspect, there was a rule of acting within one's capabilities. Thus, 6th Hair's plan of provoking an ancient desolate beast to harm Fang Yuan was not feasible. Since Fang Yuan could join Lang Ye sect and sign an agreement, he would not be controlled by others. And 6th Hair also wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan and obtain his body. But firstly, he did not have enough strength, secondly, Fang Yuan had information on him, and thirdly, this concerned Shadow Sect's situation, he was the only remaining traitor, he still had to deal with Lang Ye blessed land. Both sides were wary of each other, afraid of each other. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, 6th Hair looked at Fang Yuan and grinned sinisterly. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he had rich battle experience. This was also the reason why he could save Fang Yuan before the other hairy man Gu immortals. To unite the other hairy man Gu immortals, to ostracize Fang Yuan and suppress his development, this was 6th Hair's current plan. The battle continued. The falling star hound did not kill the hairy man Gu immortals. It was soon restrained by the diamond bear and golden white tiger. Soon, the chestnut yak arrived from afar, forming an encirclement again. The hairy man Gu immortals continued to attack from afar. But even though 12th Hair used all his strength, he could not help but make a mistake due to the sudden change in the situation. After the falling star hound got out of the encirclement, it tried to attack the other hairy man Gu immortals. But these hairy man Gu immortals seemed to have the same immortal killer move. When each hairy man Gu immortal was about to be attacked, they would be pulled away by their comrades and teleported to their comrade's side. This immortal killer move is very interesting. Fang Yuan watched quietly. He subconsciously thought of how to break this killer move from the falling star hound's point of view. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained the result. It was very difficult for him to decipher the killer move, because just the little bit of information he had gathered was not enough to analyze anything. He did not even know the name of the killer move. Chapter 1144. The third ancient eagle hound had an immortal Gu on it. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's immortal killer move sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart was immediately filled with fervor. That was then, this was now. If it was before he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would have to retreat when facing this group of eagles. But now that his strength had increased explosively, his mentality had changed. He planned to devour this group of eagle hounds in one bite. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild immortal goo on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it without hesitation. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, I want to see what kind of outstanding defensive immortal goo it is. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already decided on a battle tactic. Blood path killer moves like Blood Torrent were not suitable to be used in front of the Hairy Man Goo Immortals. These Hairy Man Goo Immortals knew the dangers of Blood Path. They could communicate with jewel yellow skies. They were not like the Goo Immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven who had limited knowledge. Although Fang Yuan could use the Immortal Killer move in Hei Fan's true inheritance, he had to be careful. After all, he had not practiced it thoroughly. If he rashly used it, the activation might fail and result in a backlash. So, Fang Yuan clapped his hands, directly choosing the offensive move that he created and was most proficient in. Combination of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next moment, a vast number of strength path phantoms filled the world. The Hairy Man Goo Immortals were stunned. Sixth Hair also had a dumbfounded expression, but he was not surprised. He had already known about Myriad Self-Killer move. This was information that was outdated. But soon, Sixth Hair's pupils shrunk. He blurted out, He disappeared? In his perception, Fang Yuan suddenly vanished. In the sky, there seemed to be only a dense number of strength path phantoms left. This was Fang Yuan using familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom. He was mixed in with the Myriad Self-Army. Charge! The Myriad Self-Army shouted in unison, like a flood descending from the sky. It poured down on the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the wings on its back flapped, and a dark wing shadow appeared behind the wings. Its speed increased, and it actually retreated. This response was a little out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Evidently, this eagle hound had a second wild immortal goo, that layer of wing shadow from earlier. That was its effect. There is actually a second wild immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eagerness intensified. He commanded the Myriad Self-Army to continue charging at the ancient eagle hound. On the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed. Like a blooming flower, they opened their mouths and pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry and suddenly soared into the sky. It retreated again and again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat route. The Myriad Self-Army stretched out in a straight line, like a flood dragon opening its mouth. The dragon swung its tail. The strength path phantom behind pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound flew backwards, suddenly turning its body to the right, opening its wings. His entire body drew a diagonal arc in the air, perfectly dodging the attack of the army of Myriad Self. The Hairy Man Goo Immortals were very confused. Compared to Eagle and Hound, they were more willing to see Fang Yuan win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be very crafty. Fang Yuan had surrounded it several times but was unable to succeed. The speed of the ancient eagle hound is even faster than these Fang Yuan. Even so, because the Tao marks couldn't compare to Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, there were still many resources that were declining and some were on the verge of destruction. Therefore, Fang Yuan had one more thing to worry about, and that was to quickly sell the resources that could not be kept alive. Other than trading with the land spirit of Lengya, the focus was on jewel yellow skies. In a very short period of time, Fang Yuan had amassed a huge amount of immortal Yuan stone. After using a portion of it, the celestial essence reserves that were slightly insufficient previously had now been replenished. They were no longer hidden dangers, but instead became one of Fang Yuan's strengths. So much green grape immortal essence. Even if I use an immortal killer move like Triple Sword Wave for 100 times, I won't have to worry. Fang Yuan had never possessed so much green grape immortal essence. This made him think about the fourth earthly calamity. More confidence. Time flew by, and finally, it was time for Fang Yuan to undergo tribulation again. He left Langya Blessed Land and came to the northern ice plains. After choosing a location, he placed his immortal aperture and opened the entrance, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This time, the duration of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth was dozens of times longer than before. The reason was that the resources in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. A large amount of heaven and earth qi was expended. Next, Fang Yuan used the immortal tribulation tempering aperture again. Everything was done smoothly. After making preparations, Fang Yuan closed the Blessed Land's entrance and started to welcome the fourth earthly calamity. It was still in Kokidahar. Fang Yuan welcomed a sky full of flying frost. This is black-white flying salt tribulation? Fang Yuan was stunned as he recognized it. He was slightly surprised. This tribulation was not strong. In fact, it was easy to pass. In the sky, there was a long stretch of pale yellow clouds. Large amounts of salt fell slowly from the sky. The entire process was silent. The salt was like white snow. There was no wind at all. Large amounts of flying salt fell to the ground and melted the ice and snow into liquid. Among the ice and snow, there were some wild flowers that could withstand the cold, but after being melted by the flying salt, they were on the brink of death and died soon after. Are they trying to destroy my Kokidahara's ecology? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. For now, he did not take action and only watched from the sidelines. Even though there were some losses, most of his resources were gathered in mini-southern border. Kokidahara had always been the place Fang Yuan used to undergo tribulations. Fang Yuan could bear these losses in the past. Not to mention now, he had obtained Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's accumulation. He was extremely wealthy. After a while, one by one, snowmen appeared in the sky full of salt frost. This was the influence of reckless savage's will. As long as Fang Yuan killed these snowmen, he would be able to obtain reckless savage's true meaning. His transformation path and strength path attainment levels would soar. At this time, unlike the third time where Chu Du had a share, Fang Yuan had the resources to himself. Fang Yuan quickly took action. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. Providence's intention. It seemed to be manifested at this moment, that was to weaken Fang Yuan's gains from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fang Yuan and Providence attacked first. Myriad self-activated again to exterminate these snowmen. Of course, there were other methods. Right now, only Fang Yuan could take action. As for other existences, be they Gu immortals or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would obtain reckless savage's true meaning. Gray Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a rank 8 core immortal goo. It was not suitable for rank 8 existences to use. On the other hand, the Snowman and Rockman goo immortals' main bodies were deep underground. They could only form this Gray Cloud Battle Puppet battlefield killer move after injecting their goo worms and immortal essence. They would gain battle strength that was not weaker than the main body. That was to say, The Gray Cloud Battle Puppet's battle strength came from the Goo Immortal's control, the immortal essence and goo worms hidden in the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet's body. Inside the battlefield killer move. Although it could form a Gray Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial Rock Dragon's main body, the immemorial Rock Dragon did not have the intelligence of a Goo Immortal, it could not control it or use immortal goo freely, its battle strength could not be displayed. Thus, since the start of the battle, this rank 8 battle strength had not been used at all. But Feng Yuan was a cautious person, he did not dare to probe it. Of course, this was also normal. Just like earlier, the dual spear-wielding Goo Immortal was intimidated and did not dare to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The moment Feng Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the situation underwent a complete change. The variant human Goo Immortals only had rank 8 battle strength, they did not know Feng Yuan's actual strength, they thought they were weak. As for Feng Yuan, he did not know the details of the variant human Goo Immortals. He did not know that the so-called immemorial dragon Desolate Beast was also just an empty shell. He also felt he was weak. Of course, in terms of the truth, Feng Yuan's judgment was correct. At this moment, Feng Yuan's heart was also very nervous. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was about to starve to death. He had used blood path methods to disguise it as having strong qi and blood. Once it was attacked, it would be exposed. But the other party did not dare to attack. If they attacked and could not kill the other party, it would be terrible if the other party escaped. Even if the immemorial Rock Dragon was summoned from deep underground, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could not be stopped if it wanted to escape. Since Feng Yuan exposed the other party's identity, he also understood the other party's apprehension. That was their identity. Once the identity of the Snowman and Rockman was exposed in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, the Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and Lone Cultivators would immediately join forces to hunt them down. Humans were strong, they had been fighting since the immemorial Antiquity era, they would not allow such a large group of variant human superforces to exist. Thus, when the variant human Goo Immortals attacked Feng Yuan, they had to conceal their identities to prevent being exposed. Thus, the variant human Goo Immortals only dealt with Feng Yuan, but they sent out close to 10 Goo Immortals, and even used an immemorial Desolate Beast to suppress the situation. But now, I have established by Zhu tribe, this is the result of many years of planning and hard work. I cannot make a move easily. Unless Yao Huang and the others want to make a move against Shui who, before they make a move, I will take down that Heifan Grotto Heaven first. Yao Huang Grotto Heaven. A huge cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron strength immortal goo. There were countless immortal materials in the cauldron, flames were burning. It was melting these immortal materials, turning them into liquid and mixing them together. After hearing that old ancestor Shui who was refining goo, the flames in the cauldron shook. The medicine sovereign sighed. He muttered to himself, "Old Shui who, it is not wise to compete with him. I might as well refine this resurrection from the dead immortal goo as well, that way, I will have a rank 8 immortal goo and solve my problem of lacking lifespan." Longevity Heaven. Look at that soaring light. Old ancestor Shui who is really refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Even if he is a rank 8 goo immortal, he is too daring. He actually dares to covet giant sun ancestors immortal goo. Longevity Heaven was giant sun immortals grotto heaven. The goo immortals living inside were the closest bloodline descendants to giant sun immortal. They naturally did not want fortune rivaling heaven goo to fall into the hands of outsiders. But they could not move. Because of one person, 5 elements grandmaster. Elder Feng Yuan, please come in. This is our tribe's sacred land, Earth Mother Altar. Shi Cheng politely led the way for Fang Yuan. Even though this Rockman Gu Immortal was rank 6, he had the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet Immortal Battlefield Killer move. He was the representative of the Rockman tribe's new generation of Gu Immortals. Following him was the Snowman tribe's rank 6 female Gu Immortal, Shui Er. Right now, several days had passed since the banquet. The Snowmen and Rockmen living here were allied together. They hosted Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals warmly. According to Land Spirit of Langya's arrangement, Sixth Hair and the rest were in charge of discussing the cooperation and alliance between the two sides. As for Fang Yuan, he was accompanied to look around, familiarizing himself with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last days, Fang Yuan had a deep feeling about this. These snowmen and rockmen, even though they lived deep underground in the northern icy plain, were filled with a sense of danger. They were very strict and cruel towards their descendants. Precisely because of this, generations of powerful variant human Gu Immortals were created. Compared to them, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals were clearly lacking. Elder Fang Yuan, didn't you ask us yesterday why there is land and soil under the northern icy plain? Go in and take a look, you will know. The snowman chuckled. Fang Yuan said this without blushing. He even used the name of Providence, while Providence tried all ways to get rid of him. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. It could not be any more sincere. Shui Er's eyes turned red. Shi Cheng sighed deeply. If only all the human Gu Immortals in the world had Lord Fang Yuan's understanding and knowledge, how great would that be? His words had already elevated Elder Fang Yuan to Lord Fang Yuan's level. He even addressed him as Lord. It was because of Fang Yuan's words. For variant humans, this was too politically correct. It caused them to resonate with him and approve of him. After saying so much, Elder Fang Yuan, you still have not answered my question. Shui Gu was an intelligent Gu Immortal. She was not easy to fool. I was just about to say. Fang Yuan coughed. The collapse of the 88-point Shenyang Tower was not my intention. In fact, it had never collapsed before my rebirth. So that's it. Shui and Shi Cheng looked at each other. The situation in Northern Plains has changed too much because of me. The 88-point Shenyang Tower collapsed. Ma Hongyun was captured, his secret of fortune rivaling heaven was exposed, and he was bought by old ancestor Shuihu. In fact, before my rebirth, old ancestor Shui who did not want to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan said. What he said was the truth. Shui and Shi Cheng chose to believe him. The former pouted. Won't the result be hard to predict? If old ancestor Shui who really refines fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the strength of Northern Plains human Gu Immortals will rise again. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He asked, are you going to stop him? Undoubtedly, this alliance of snowmen and rockmen had the ability to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. And it was an extremely troublesome existence among rank 8 battle strength. The power of the primordial rock dragon would definitely be a great addition to the historical records. Of course not. Shi Cheng shook his head. We will not interfere in this matter. That's right. We can live here peacefully. Why would we expose ourselves and offend a rank 8 great expert? Moreover, this rank 8 great expert has snowy mountain blessed land. He has a large number of demonic path Gu Immortal experts under him. Shui shook her head. They were clear about the big picture. Even if they snatched fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu and used it for themselves, if their identities were exposed, they would be hunted down by all of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. Under the pressure of the situation, not to mention fortune rivaling heaven Gu, even if there were a few more immemorial rock dragons, they would not be able to resist the human army. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not say anything. He had his own plans. These variant humans are extraordinary. I have seen all of them these days. They are all elites. Be it battle strength or insight, they are top-notch. Even among Northern Plains human Gu immortals, they are outstanding. Hey Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals are far inferior compared to them. Thankfully, I have rank 8 battle strength. So what if he had the identity of an otherworldly demon? He had spring-autumn cicada, so what if he had been reborn? These identities and secrets were the foundation of rank 8 battle strength. They were Fang Yuan's glory, and glory, they were not a source of trouble. With a bigger fist, who would dare to find trouble with him? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a slight movement of his pinky finger, he could crush them like ants. Thus, not only did the snowmen and rockmen not dare to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they even expressed their friendliness and tried to rope him in. Any rank 8 battle strength was enough to attract others to their side. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would reign supreme. This was already the highest level of battle strength in the world. In fact, the entire situation of Northern Plains is the situation of the confrontation between rank 8 Gu immortals. The politics of the high martial arts world have always been the personal politics of the experts. Fang Yuan's heart was clear as a mirror. However, if they know that my immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what their expressions will be? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt it was quite funny. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened by his time path killer move. It did not have enough heavenly crystals, it was starving to death. Fang Yuan used blood path methods to raise its qi and blood. He let it out and successfully intimidated the variant human immortals. He relied on deceit and bluffing to survive, opening up a new world. But the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the final radiance of a setting sun. After being kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it died almost at the next moment. As an immemorial desolate beast that was starved to death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's life was indeed quite sullen. However, that might not be the case in its next life. The advantage of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was that it laid eggs after death. After hatching, it could live again. It was true that Fang Yuan lost the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he also obtained the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg and a huge corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. He could accept this result. Because firstly, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle. Because to command it, Fang Yuan had to disguise himself as a He tribe descendant. Secondly, after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened, it had many disadvantages. How could a grand rank 8 battle strength be commanded by a rank 6 Gu immortal like Fang Yuan? Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. After it matured to rank 8 battle strength, it was certain that it would not listen, it might even rebel. Its strong pride and arrogance made it go against Fang Yuan, it was very likely. Thus, the upper extreme heavenly eagle starving to death was not a bad thing for Fang Yuan. As for the newly born egg, Fang Yuan could use the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to modify it, changing its memories and so on. After it hatches, it would listen to Fang Yuan himself. Old ancestor Shui who publicly refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the light of the refinement path Gu formation shot into the sky. It shined for 7 days and 7 nights before fading away. This matter caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But, after the commotion, the Gu immortal world strangely calmed down. This was because Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Prince's Impatience did not have any positive reactions. Chapter 1153. Another 3 days passed. Qi deep underground in the icy plain, inside Earth Mother altar. For incense sticks were burning, smoke lingered in the air. The 4 Gu immortals were standing in their respective positions, their expressions solemn. Fang Yuan was among them. The people around him were Lang Yasek's hairy man Gu immortals. The sound of a horn could be heard, followed by the rumbling of drums. Shizong took a big step forward amidst the drums, shouting, "Rockman Gu immortal Shizong is willing to join the 4 races alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races will be compatriots, we will share weal and woe." Saying so, he mobilized his immortal essence, triggering a certain change in Earth Mother Altar. The smoke lingering in the air surged toward Shirzong. After more than 10 breaths of time, it fused into Shirzong's body. This is information path Dao marks being added. Looking at this, it seems to be the style of the olden antiquity era. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the hairy men were discussing the alliance with the Snowman and Rockman tribes. But things went unexpectedly smoothly. The two sides were getting closer to each other. The hairy men proposed to pull Inkman City in as well. After the Snowman and Rockman tribes understood the situation, they nodded in agreement. Long Hair Ancestor and Immortal Yen were known friends in history for a long time. Long Hair Ancestor left behind Langya Blessed Land, while Immortal Yen created Inkman City. The Ink Men and Hairy Men had always been in close contact. Since the Hairy Men guaranteed it, the Snowman and Rockman tribes chose to believe them. Thus, it became a three-way discussion involving 4 variant human races. Eventually, the 3 sides reached an agreement. They were willing to form an alliance. They would go through thick and thin together, helping each other in the future. That was why this scene was happening right now. The 3 sides used ancient information path methods. An official alliance. Gu Immortals went up one after another. They accepted the information path Dao marks. This way, they would be considered members of the 4 Races Alliance. As time passed, Fang Yuan gradually saw some clues. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method. It is using Earth Path to form Ash, using indirect methods to achieve the effect of information path. It is like my time path Immortal Killer move 100 Years Harmony. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. It would be troublesome to break this alliance agreement in the future. This was because it was not possible to solve this problem from the aspect of information. It was very likely that he would have to think of a way through the Earth Path. Elder Fang Yuan. It's your turn. At this time, Gu Immortal 12th Hair reminded him in a soft voice. Speaking of which, ever since they dealt with the Falling Star Hound and learned that Fang Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan had undergone a complete change. They were filled with reverence towards him. It was a stark contrast to before. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Just like the Rockman Gu Immortal Shirzong, he allowed the smoke to burn on his body. His every move attracted the attention of all the immortals present. Seeing that he had truly joined them, the immortals all heaved a sigh of relief. Snow's smile grew even more radiant as she let go of her worries. Little did he know that Fang Yuan was already pondering in his heart. It was time to find a way to break the various alliance agreements on his body. Of course, it was impossible for him to be on the same side as these mutants. Joining the Langya sect was just to make better use of the power of the Langya Blessed Land. Similarly, at the same time, there was the external environment. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, all order collapsed, opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, Mo Tan Sang turned around to look at Fang Yuan and smiled, expressing his deep friendliness. This friendliness was so thick and obvious that when he smiled, it was almost like he was bowing. There was even a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but replied with a smile on the surface. Mo Tan Sang's expression changed slightly. He expressed the excitement of receiving the favor and appreciation of a great character. If it were anyone else, they would feel a sense of superiority and complacency. So impressive! Fang Yuan was proud of his acting skills, but this Mo Tan Sang was not weaker than him. The world is huge. There are many capable people. I cannot underestimate the heroes of this world. Fang Yuan warned himself. His heart was as calm as ice. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be rising one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's destruction and Baizu tribe's replacement had not subsided yet. Old Ancestor Shui, who officially started refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the whole of Northern Plains Gu Immortal World's attention was focused on Snowy Mountain. And secretly, in a corner unknown to human Gu Immortals, the 4 variant human races, Hairy Men, Snowmen, Rockmen and Inkmen, had quietly formed an alliance. Even though the variant humans were in a weak position, this alliance could not be underestimated. Because it had rank 8 battle strength, the immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the hearts of the other alliance members, there was also the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan had no choice but to join them. But what made him feel at ease was that this 4 races alliance did not have any wisdom path Gu immortals. After the alliance was formed, Fang Yuan's losses were obvious. That was, from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But there was no other way. Undergoing tribulation here would expend earth chi. It was the greatest damage to the Rockmen's residence. This was also the reason why these Rockmen and Snowmen disregarded the price to set up the battlefield killer move, Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Fang Yuan. However, other than losses, Fang Yuan also had gains. The trade with the Rockmen and Snowmen had increased his monthly profits by another level. Forget about the Snowmen. The main point was that the Rockmen had a higher desire for Gutsgu than humans. Thinking back to the past, how Fang Yuan used Gutsgu to increase the population of the Rockmen in Hu immortal blessed land, it was clear. Gutsgu was the best way for Rockmen to strengthen their tribe. Other than that, Fang Yuan also sold some of the resources that he obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven to the Rockmen, Snowmen, and Inkmen, earning a lot of money. Sixth Hair, who was watching from the side, was getting anxious. Fang Yuan's gains are so huge. What should we do? How can we stop him in the future? It was time to leave. Elder Fang Yuan, are you really in a hurry to leave? You can stay here for a day or two. Shui Er tried to persuade Fang Yuan to stay. Fang Yuan shook his head, smiling warmly on the surface. We have formed an alliance. This matter is very important. I need to return and report to the land spirit of Langya personally. Don't worry, I will return. After all, we became friends after a fight. I have a good feeling about this place. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Snowman Gu Immortal's Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu and Killer moves. These two were very suitable for him. After all, he had the most Dao marks in Ice and Snow Path. With his current relationship with the Snowman tribe, and the fact that he had rank 8 battle strength, exchanging Immortal Gu was completely possible. Chapter 1154. Ice tears were not an immortal material, but they were precious and were loved by Gu masters and Gu immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen lived in the icy environment of snowy lands. They normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. But once they shed tears, they would instantly turn into ice tears. Snowmen could shed ice tears at most 3 times in their lives, adding up to 60. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan would decrease greatly, and their life essence would be lost. If a snowman shed too many ice tears, they would age rapidly and die faster. Therefore, ice tear was considered a rare item. Jewel Yellow Skies had ice tears for sale, and it had always been very popular. Shuesong Zi had once sold snowmen for other Gu immortals to torture, to obtain ice tears. To human Gu immortals, ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material. But to the snowman himself, the ice tear had another important meaning. That was a token of love. That was right. Snowmen had both genders. They were different from rockmen. Rockmen were pure males. When a snowman and a man got together, they would usually exchange ice tears. This action was extremely important to the snowman. This is an ice tear. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. He held this ice tear between his fingers and observed it carefully. Don't look at it like this. Quickly put it down. Shui Er's voice was weak and anxious. There were so many people here. If he held Bing Lei up in public, everyone would be able to see it. Sure enough, at the next moment, Shui Er heard those Gu immortals' shocked voices. Shui Er quickly lowered her head, her face turning red. She was giving an ice tear to Fang Yuan. This was no different from expressing her love. Although she had mustered up her courage earlier, with so many people watching, It was too embarrassing. Speaking of which, I have already heard of this special goo material. Today, I finally saw it with my own eyes. Thank you, Shui. This gift is not bad. Maybe I should refine it into a goo worm? Fang Yuan said cheerfully. Shui heard this. Her delicate body shook. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to it. He continued, however, one ice tear is still too little. It would be great if there were more. Why wasn't there any trade with the ice tear? What a pity. The blush on Shui's face faded away, and her face turned pale. Her head was buried very low, and her eyes were blurry. She almost cried out loud. This idiot. Bingzhou couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed under his breath and stepped forward. The other variant human goo immortals were tongue-tied. They did not know what to say. Shui suddenly raised her head. With her back facing Fang Yuan, she called out to Bingzhou, Bingzhou Gij. Bingzhou gritted his teeth. Seeing Shui's pale face, a strong sense of pity rose in his heart. He knew that Snow was thin-skinned. She had already mustered up enough courage to give away her tears. Perhaps there was also an element of impulsiveness in the head. Fang Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind the ice tear. If she were to criticize Fang Yuan in front of everyone, wouldn't that put Snow in an even more awkward position? Thinking of this, Bingzhou could only swallow the words he was about to spit out and say something else. Elder Fang Yuan, I gained a lot from fighting with you. Next time, let's have a good spar again. Speaking of sparring, he purposely raised his voice and gritted his teeth. Shui was young and beautiful. She had outstanding talent and high cultivation level. She had always been taken care of and favored by the tribe. But among the males of the same generation, none were worthy of her. This time, she was in love with Fang Yuan. Although he was a human goo immortal, the snowman goo immortals discussed it behind their backs and felt it was acceptable. Besides this, when my main body was alive, I had also accumulated a batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Oh, in that case I can rest assured. I will sell it to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you are one of us, I will not mistreat you. Luck Path True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, or Long Hair True Inheritance, you can choose whatever you want. Fang Yuan's tone sank. What? I am not interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price a bit too low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength? Land Spirit of Langya's smile froze. He thought about it and nodded. That is indeed the case. I will use Luopa Valley to exchange for it? Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Land Spirit of Langya did not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. The price is too low, not selling, not selling. Fang Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Langya scratched his head. How about this? I am willing to give up Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and the incomplete Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron in exchange for your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle Egg. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head. The price is still not enough, not selling, not selling. Land Spirit of Langya was furious. Then state your price, what will make you sell it? Fang Yuan smiled and emphasized, this is rank 8 battle strength. Land Spirit of Langya was not stupid, he retorted, it is indeed rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, do you think even if you raise the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it will listen to you? To tell you the truth, you went too far this time and starved the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to death. If not for that, according to my understanding, as long as this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle has some strength, it will definitely crush an ant like you who is trying to enslave it to death. Fang Yuan smiled again. How about this? I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to feed the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Anyway, I am Langya Sect's Supreme Elder, and also a member of the 4 Races Alliance. In the future, when the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Land Spirit of Langya was dazed for a moment before understanding what was going on. He pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and scolded, Good lad. So you did not want to sell it, you were just making things difficult for me earlier, right? Fang Yuan quickly turned serious, saying sincerely, how can I give up on rank 8 battle strength so easily? But to make things difficult for you, First Supreme Elder, why would I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is not enough. Saying this, he suddenly thought of He Fan's other intention. Even if He Fan's true inheritance was inherited by the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven, He Fan had left the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if it did not inherit the true inheritance, it would be a huge gain for the tribe. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. He knew that Fang Yuan was right. He did not insist on buying it. Firstly, the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already turned into an egg. He was very disappointed. Secondly, Fang Yuan not only had the Langya Alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance. This made Land Spirit of Langya feel assured. Thirdly, he more or less knew Fang Yuan's nature and character. After all, this clue was hidden. It was attached to Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Of course, even if Fang Yuan found it. With his personality, he would not delay his return to Langya Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan has obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength has risen sharply. But he is trapped in Langya sect and recently joined the Four Races Alliance. He must have formed an agreement with Chu Du. His need for information path is even stronger. Thus, he is likely to come here and follow the true inheritance clue to obtain this information path inheritance. Ing Wu Xie continued to analyze. Needless to say, disasters and setbacks were wealth in life. Ing Wu Xie had experienced many setbacks. His mind was sharper and more meticulous. He had the aura of an expert. He Lulan had a good understanding of Fang Yuan's situation. The information that Fang Yuan exposed had already been sent to Ing Wu Xie through Sixth Hair. In order to incite He Lulan's hatred towards Fang Yuan, Ing Wu Xie told her a portion of the information. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. She had an epiphany. You mean, this Lu Qingyu is Providence's warning to us? That's right. Lu Qingyu's seemingly random choice was actually secretly influenced by the will of the heavens. It's too much of a coincidence that he chose our island. Providence probably felt that the previous trap was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan, who had greatly increased his strength, and wanted to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. They want to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. Ing Wu Xie looked at the sky as a cold smile appeared on his face. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect and Providence had been at odds for so many years. Ing Wu Xie clearly guessed Providence's plans and arrangements. Then let's use this opportunity to ambush Fang Yuan. Haven't you always wanted to take back the sovereign immortal body? He Lulan transmitted her voice. Ing Wu Xie turned around and glanced at He Lulan. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other, all small movements behind each other's backs. The conversation did not last long. The other three immortals only saw Ing Wu Xie looking at the sky in a daze for a while before turning around and leaving. Ing Wu Xie did not speak. He took large strides and took the lead. Shi Nu, Tai by Yunxing, and He Lulan followed closely behind. Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed. She quickly got up and carefully followed at the back. He Lulan. Ing Wu Xie suddenly transmitted, if we capture Fang Yuan alive this time, I will return your freedom to you. He Lulan's body and mind shook. But soon, she reacted and transmitted, Who are you trying to deceive? Would you be willing to let go of my battle strength? Lulan knows me best. Ing Wu Xie laughed, admitting it directly. How are you going to deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength. He Lulan asked. Ing Wu Xie's smile faded as he sighed. He Lulan felt a sense of helplessness. Next, she heard Ing Wu Xie's transmission. I do not intend to deal with him. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is hard to deal with. No, we can deal with him. Can't we use that secluded domain of heaven and earth? He Lulan said. You want him to die? I remember you have gone through thick and thin together. Every man for himself. His defeat or death, to the current me, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. He Lulan revealed a cold killing intent. Ing Wu Xie rejected this tempting suggestion. Even if we use that place, I cannot achieve my goal. I need to capture Fang Yuan alive and preserve the freshness of the goo materials. If we use that place, we can at most make the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle lose its threat. Moreover, even if we have that ability, I will not use it. Ing Wu Xie smiled. He Lulan, why? If we do not consider the big picture, we are short-sighted. Just like how Fang Yuan did not take the information path inheritance back then. As long as we save Spectral Soul, we will gain a huge advantage. After all, my memories are limited. If we fight with Fang Yuan now, we will fall into Providence's trap. We will leave Eastern Sea. But, before we leave, we can make some arrangements and leave some gifts for Fang Yuan. Ing Wu Xie transmitted with a smile. A day later. We are finally here, Turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan stood on the auspicious cloud, sighing as he looked at the sea area. According to rumors, an intense battle between Goo Immortals had occurred here. Although there were no rank 8 Goo Immortals who participated in the battle, there were many rank 6 and rank 7 Goo Immortals. Because their battle was too intense, down marks were engraved in this area, causing the environment to change, eventually forming the unique Turbulent Flow Sea area in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, the Turbulent Flow Sea area contained Goo immortal inheritances or inheritances left behind after death. In history, there were indeed lucky people who obtained Goo immortal inheritances in the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Even though there were few lucky people, there were many rumors about this. Many people came here to explore. Many Eastern Sea Goo Immortals, as well as Goo Immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border, would often come to the Turbulent Flow Sea area to seek fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the sea. The Turbulent Flow Sea area's water was very strange. It looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes. Their water quality varied. They moved between each other, flowing in this sea area, changing constantly without any pattern. Precisely so, the Goo Immortals named it the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. The sky was filled with white clouds, obscuring his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds. It could only slightly brighten the sky. When Goo Immortals entered the Turbulent Flow Sea area, they would often lose their sense of direction. These clouds were one of the accomplices, because with these clouds, Goo Immortals could not determine their location through the weather. It was impossible to get rid of these clouds. To do this, one had to contend with heaven and earth. Goo Immortals with this ability were at least rank 8 experts. There were very few of them. If they paid a huge price to destroy these clouds, they would also destroy the Turbulent Flow Sea area. To them, it was a thankless task. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan's aura rose. The aura of immortal Goo burst out from his body. Quack, quack, quack. The duck land spirit's eyes were filled with tears as it waved its wings, bidding farewell to Feng Yuan's back. Feng Yuan did not look back, he left the blessed land. The blessed land's entrance closed behind him. As long as I guard this rank 7 blessed land and leave it in the void, no one will discover it. However, Providence harmed me. There are many ways to deal with this blessed land. If I can protect this rank 7 blessed land, then so be it. If not, then so be it. After all, its value is too low. Feng Yuan did not have the time to raise his light path attainment level. And with his current cultivation level, he was still a long way from rank 7. Should he continue chasing Ying Wuxie? Feng Yuan was a little hesitant. After obtaining more information from the Duckland spirit, Feng Yuan had a clearer understanding of Ying Wuxie's group strength. Ying Wuxie's side had 4 Gu immortals. One was a rank 7 Rockman Gu immortal, Shirnu, he specialized in Earth Path. He Lulan currently cultivated both Strength and Fire Path. Tai Bai Yunsheng lost his Time Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Cloud Path Immortal Gu. He cultivated Cloud Path as well. As for Ying Wuxie, his body was only a Strength Path Immortal Zombie. He still used Soul Path Immortal Gu, his cultivation level was the lowest, but his battle strength might be either first or second. If Feng Yuan had the immemorial Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would definitely attack. But now, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was just an egg. Even though Feng Yuan had many immortal Gu, he estimated that with his strength and intelligence, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against Ying Wuxie's group. How long has it been? Ying Wuxie's group has actually grown so much, this is beyond my expectations. Feng Yuan's growth shocked Ying Wuxie and the rest. Ying Wuxie's group strength also shocked Feng Yuan. He had thought that the previous transaction had dealt a huge blow to Ying Wuxie's group. To think that after such a short period of time, they actually recovered. Shadow Sect was already in ruins, but its legacy was not to be underestimated. Ying Wuxie's group was Feng Yuan's greatest threat. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Feng Yuan's conflict was irreconcilable. Ying Wuxie did not want to deal with Feng Yuan now, because saving Spectral Soul's main body was more important. His strategy was wise and correct. Feng Yuan did not deal with Ying Wuxie earlier because he did not have enough strength. He had to deal with the earthly calamity, he had to adapt and develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that he had He Fan's true inheritance, he had the strength to deal with Ying Wuxie. Once Ying Wuxie saved Spectral Soul's main body, Feng Yuan knew that he had no chance of victory. Because the other party was one of the 10 venerables, even though he was dead, he was not his match. Of course, there was another important reason. That was Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was not lost, it was temporarily stored in Langya Blessed Land. Feng Yuan had his previous Strength Path Immortal Zombie body, he was just lacking one crucial point. He was afraid that this immortal zombie body contained a trap that Ying Wuxie had set for his soul. Feng Yuan did not dare to act rashly. He had thought of using other Gu immortal souls to stuff them into the immortal zombie body and experiment. But there were many flaws in this method. Firstly, this experiment had to be done secretly, he could not take out his immortal zombie body openly. This would allow Land Spirit Langya to see through many secrets. Secondly, even if he used a Gu immortal's soul to experiment, it might not be reliable. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted. They had been busy for a long time, putting in so much effort and suffering. But in the end, someone who came out of nowhere took the fruits of their labor. Zhou Li and Tang Song had long since viewed this inheritance as their own. Fang Yuan was no different from snatching food from them. How could they accept this? Zhou Li and Tang Song immediately gave up on their original target of Ding Qi. They turned to look at Fang Yuan. But Ding Qi was faster. He directly attacked Fang Yuan. "Murderer, hand over your life." Fang Yuan laughed lightly. "If you want my life, I won't play with you. Anyway, the inheritance is already in my hands." Saying so, he broke through the bubble and fell into the huge current. "If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted angrily. They did not want to give up. Especially Fang Yuan's final words, they almost exploded from anger. A group of Gu immortals started a chase in the huge current. In this special environment, the Gu immortals could only drift along the current. While drifting with the current, countless attacks were aimed at Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan activated his immortal Gu to defend himself as he moved faster. Sword Escape Immortal Gu was not weak. It soon caused some Gu immortals to fall behind. The distance between them widened. But this person's movement method is somewhat familiar. Zhou Li was perplexed. Tang Song's eyes were wide open. He wanted to take back his inheritance. He did not have this feeling at all. Between the two sides, there was a blood path demonic immortal, Ding Qi. His eyes were bloodshot. Killing intent filled his heart. "I'll kill you, I'll kill you. My brother died, but you took advantage of him. My brother's death was not worth it. Damn it, you deserve to die. I will tear you to pieces." The strong desire for revenge almost destroyed his rationality, causing him to sink into a state of madness. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around, dodging another wave of attacks. The pursuers were very angry. Fang Yuan was too slippery. Even though some killer moves could chase after the enemy, they were neutralized by his counterattacks. The Gu immortals chased for so long without any results, they even expended a lot of immortal essence. This place was different from other places. The environment was quite unique. A bubble appeared ahead. Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he entered it. He went in. "Quick, quick, surround him. Something is wrong. Why is he not escaping? Why is he hiding in a bubble?" The immortals surrounded this bubble, but they did not go in. They were suspicious. A blood shadow shot into the bubble like an arrow. It was Blood Path demonic immortal Ding Qi. He was much more decisive than these Gu immortals. The immortals waited outside the bubble for a while, but there was no movement. They started to get anxious. They finally lost their patience. The one with the most vitality was Mini Southern Border. Fang Yuan had moved most of the resources he obtained from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven to this place. But it still did not cover Mini Southern Border. Large numbers of musical trees and tea streams could be seen everywhere. There was also the Qi Death Bird Group, which brought endless vitality to Mini Southern Border. Mountains that numbered in the single digits also appeared in Mini Southern Border now. The first was 5 Light Mountain. It was beautiful. Next was Immortal Succession Mountain. Stone pavilions were scattered all over the mountain. The scenery was quite good. Mini Southern Border's most important resource. It was the Regretful Spider Group. Its scale had also expanded by several times now. Above the 5 regions was the 9 heavens. In Mini Orange Heaven, there was a beautiful aurora. Flowing light fruits floated in the air. It was Fang Yuan's previous action of using the fruit accumulation fruit. In Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a gold fragment river. It was not big, but it was better than nothing. In mini azure heaven, there was a corner with jade fog. This was the pill azure incense that Feng Yuan bought. There was also the heavenly crystal storage pool. It was placed aside for the time being. It was useless. In mini blue heaven, large pieces of cloud soil floated, star fragment grass, arrow bamboo forest, and others were planted on it. They produced star path mortal goo for Feng Yuan. There was also a young ancient desolate beast falling star hound. It was saved by Feng Yuan. It often ran around in mini blue heaven. In mini purple heaven, the heavenly crystal eagle nest was eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Only one upper extreme heavenly eagle egg and some heavenly crystal fragments were left. These heavenly crystals were naturally obtained by Feng Yuan and the land spirit of Lengya. In mini black heaven, there was a walking meat tree. In mini white heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly hounds and a group of eagle hounds. Many multicolored overlord flowers grew here. The lighting environment had been improved greatly. Some time ago, Feng Yuan killed several light path Gu immortals. The light path Dao marks in his immortal aperture had increased by a lot. It is a pity that I did not bring City Well back into the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan was still thinking about City Well in the turbulent flow sea area. Even though City Well was destroyed beyond recognition, Feng Yuan could use landscape as before to restore it. The houses that have been destroyed cannot be restored. But minuscule mountain could definitely be restored. This legendary mountain had been destroyed in the Battle of Tian Mountain because of Fairy Li Shan's death. But now, Feng Yuan saw the hope of recreating it. According to the legends of Renzu, minuscule mountain was a part of City Well. If I have City Well, I can nurture a large number of variant human tribes in it. Undeniably, the super goo formation that land spirit of Lengya created was too convenient. Feng Yuan lacked fixed immortal travel, but using this goo formation, Feng Yuan could enjoy the convenience of fixed immortal travel. Choosing an empty corner, Feng Yuan threw out Lu Yong's corpse. His immortal aperture fell in. Feng Yuan entered. Lu Yong left behind a land spirit. It was a dog with black curly hair. The requirement was, gather 20 dog desolate beasts for this blessed land. Feng Yuan easily accomplished it. A few days later he successfully annexed this blessed land. The sovereign immortal aperture gained another piece of territory. Speaking of which, Feng Yuan had annexed many immortal apertures recently. The entire sovereign immortal aperture's space grew by a small margin. But because the sovereign immortal aperture was already huge, the increase in space was not eye-catching. What followed was, there was another obvious change: land spirits. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture now had more than 10 land spirits. Some looked like spirit snakes, some looked like star cores, some looked like black dogs. They were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own areas. Feng Yuan had left behind a lot of immortal essence and goo worms for them. A lot of the immortal essence was left behind by their main bodies. It was not Feng Yuan's own green grape immortal essence or red date immortal essence. Other people's immortal essence was called variant immortal essence. It had a very limited use. Its greatest use was to activate immortal goo houses. Back then, Feng Yuan obtained a sum of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Almost all of it was used to activate graceful chaotic dual stage. It shone brilliantly in Tian Mountain. But after swapping souls, some of Giant Sun's immortal essence fell into Ing Wu Xie's hands. It was worth mentioning that immortal goo houses had fixed methods, but their power would fluctuate according to the amount of immortal essence used. After completely absorbing Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land, Feng Yuan found that his calamities and tribulations could only advance once. It seems that with my rank 7 cultivation level, the effect of annexing a rank 6 blessed land is somewhat negligible. The real effect should be on a rank 7 immortal aperture. Fang Yuan realized this, his gaze turned deep. It is a little difficult. In the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions, rank 6 Gu immortals were the most common. Rank 7 Gu immortals were rare, they could not compare to rank 6. Rank 7 blessed lands could only be annexed by Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan only had Grandmaster attainment level in 5 paths. Among them, there were very few rank 7 Gu immortals who cultivated Blood Path, Strength Path, and Wisdom Path. But every once in a while, it would come to the surface of the sea and play. At that time, it will be your chance. Bai Ningbing followed Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit's instructions and went to the sea to the west. The sea was huge, it was boundless. It was grand and majestic. Bai Ningbing stayed here for more than 10 days. Finally, it was the chance that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. Swish, swish, swish. Countless huge waves were created on the sea. Each of them was over 100 feet tall. The usually gentle and silent sea turned into a roaring beast at this moment. The beauty and ferocity of the tsunami made by Ningbing, who was seeing it for the first time, feel a surge of emotions. Next he flew into the sky. He saw the immortal material that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. It was a small lump of flame. The flame was orange and round, it was the size of an adult's fist. It was burning. The light it emitted formed the shape of a flying dragon, it moved around the orange fireball. Bai Ningbing, who had always been expressionless, showed a rare look of shock on his face. Light of Tao marks, and it seems to be alive, this is a rank 9 immortal material. Rank 9 immortal materials were rare in the world. They could be used to refine rank 9 immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing did not expect that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit wanted him to take it. It was actually a rank 9 immortal material. This was out of his capabilities. Bai Ningbing had to take the risk and activate the immortal Gu in his body. He formed a unique method to contact Ing Wuxia. Didn't I tell you not to contact me? If Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit senses it, it will be bad. Ing Wuxia said. I encountered a problem. I want to take a rank 9 immortal material. It is a lump of orange flame. Hearing Bai Ningbing's description, Ing Wuxia's expression changed. You said its light of Tao marks is like a group of flying dragons? The surrounding seawater is moving outwards, as if it is afraid of this flame? That is indeed the case. There is a huge hole around the flame, there is not a single drop of seawater in the surroundings. I can see the sea at the bottom of the hole. Moreover, the size of this hole is still expanding, Bai Ningbing added. Ing Wuxia's expression changed again. This time, his voice was trembling. You must have read The Legends of Rinzhu. This is one of the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human, raging wave rising dragon fire. Raging wave rising dragon fire. Bai Ningbing heard this and was tongue-tied. She was stunned. Bai Ningbing asked again, then what should I do? Ing Wuxia sighed. It is very difficult. With your cultivation level, there is basically no hope of subduing this wildfire alone. However, this fire is not wild, it was subdued by Bai Xiang before, so there is still a chance. I have 3 methods for you, try them all. What are my chances of success? Bai Ningbing asked. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly. I have no confidence, there is a chance of success, but the chances are small, it will depend on your luck. The communication between the two was very short. To avoid being exposed, Ing Wuxia cut off the connection. Ing Wuxia's expression was not bright, his mind was shrouded in darkness. Of the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human. I am afraid only my main body will have a higher chance of success. It seems that I need to help Bai Ning Bing. If he fails, it will be very disadvantageous to my plan. Ing Wu Xie decided to help. Even though he was far from Bai Ning Bing, and the latter was trapped in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven with the heavenly spirit watching over her, Ing Wu Xie had many methods to help Bai Ning Bing. First of all, Ing Wu Xie's immortal killer move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. He activated this killer move again. The first time he used it was in the Super Gu formation in Central Continent's Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan inspected and found that after annexing the blessed lands of 3 rank 7 transformation path Gu Immortals, his cultivation level rose sharply. He had become a rank 7 Gu Immortal who had passed the first grand tribulation. In rank 7 cultivation, there would be an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years, if a Gu Immortal survives 3 grand tribulations, they would become rank 8. But the power of the grand tribulations gets stronger each time. They can be amplified by tens or even hundreds of times. Southern Border's number 1 rank 7 Gu Immortal, Old Treeman Bada, is stuck at the final grand tribulation. He does not dare to undergo it. His gains this time were truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Not only did he annex 3 rank 7 blessed lands, his cultivation level also rose by a huge amount. Even he himself was a little afraid of this cultivation speed. Even Fang Yuan sighed at his good luck. Luck Immortal Gu is indeed worthy of being Giant Sun Immortal's vital Gu. But I wonder, if I raise it to rank 8, how would it compare to Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu? Fang Yuan subconsciously looked at the top of his head, even though he did not have Luck Inspection Immortal Gu. What he did not know was that everything went smoothly for him. A large part of the reason was because Ing Wu Xie, who was far away, had used the immortal killer move Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Especially when he fought with Wu Yihai and the other 2 Gu Immortals, the 3 Gu Immortals actually thought that Fang Yuan was a wild ancient sword dragon. On one hand, the ancient sword dragon was not restricted by the regional walls. The 3 Gu Immortals could not help but misunderstand. On the other hand, Fang Yuan also used Attitude Gu to disguise himself. The 3 Gu Immortals were rank 7, they fell for it without a trace. Thus, during the battle, Fang Yuan was very relaxed. The 3 Gu Immortals actually defended more than they attacked. They took the initiative to take a beating. Later, Wu Yihai bullied the ancient sword dragon's intelligence. He actually said that he was about to succeed and could transform into another form. Hearing this, the other 2 immortals relaxed a little. Fang Yuan grabbed this opportunity and directly used Dark Assassination that he had prepared for a long time to kill Gu Immortal Uncle Zheng. With lightning speed, he got rid of Wu Yihai in human form. In the blink of an eye, only Gu Immortal Lung was left. Fang Yuan immediately obtained victory. In this round, Fang Yuan obtained a huge harvest. The only flaw was that these 3 transformation path Gu Immortals' immortal apertures were shaken intensely. They lost countless resources. There was no helping it, they had already been ambushed many times in the regional walls. It was already amazing that they could fight their way here. Next, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to go to Wu clan. Instead, he searched Wu Yihai's soul and familiarized himself with his life. Of course, during this period, Feng Yuan was not cultivating in seclusion. He returned to Lady White Rabbit's place to gather information. Wu Yihai's disappearance had already spread throughout southern border. Whether he was dead or alive was unknown. Wu clan was also keeping quiet. All the forces were making guesses. Most people were inclined to believe that Wu Yihai was dead, but they did not know which force had succeeded. There were many forces that acted in the dark. Most of them were righteous path forces. This was a fact that everyone understood. These forces were not stupid enough to admit that they were the ones who killed Wu Yihai. Regarding this, there was a rumor that occupied the minds of Gu Immortals. Chapter 1230. This servant greets Lord Wu Yihai. The female Gu Immortal knelt down at Feng Yuan's feet. She wore a white fur coat that only covered her breasts and buttocks. Most of her snow-white skin was exposed. Her ears were like rabbits, her eyes were like rubies, her nose was small, her face was exquisite and cute. In terms of beauty, she was only slightly inferior to Shang Xianci and Feng Kim Hong. At this moment, this female immortal was kneeling on the ground, her forehead was touching the floor, her huge breasts were also squeezed by the floor, they were deformed. And her buttocks were raised high. It was very attractive. She was none other than Lady White Rabbit. Right now, she was pure with a hint of wildness, she was cute with a hint of shyness. Especially when she was so respectful, any man who saw her would feel a fire burning in their hearts or abdomen. They would want to hug this beauty and cherish her. Feng Yuan's heart, however, felt strange. Not long ago, he was offering cultivation resources to this woman and asking for information about the Gu immortal world. But to think that at this moment, this beauty was kneeling at his feet, allowing Feng Yuan to do whatever he wanted. He is clearly trying to seduce me. This Wu and is trying to scare me, saying that an important person has something important to report to me. That is why Lady White Rabbit came to see me. It seems that these last days I have been ignoring them, they are getting anxious. They are even using such a method. This method is quite old-fashioned, but it is very practical. Fong Yuan smiled. He got up from his seat and walked towards Lady White Rabbit. Lady White Rabbit's forehead did not leave the jade brick on the ground. With Fong Yuan's sharp vision, he could see that Lady White Rabbit was trembling. She was nervous. Fong Yuan thought, I have interacted with Lady White Rabbit before. According to my 500 years of cultivation, I can tell that this woman is a pure lone cultivator. To think that she would give herself to me, this is probably the first time she has done such a thing. Of course, Fong Yuan's judgment could be wrong, but there were not many people in the 5 regions who could misjudge him. Lady White Rabbit was indeed nervous. She was very nervous. His body was trembling slightly, and his heart was thumping wildly. She understood that she had to remain calm and follow Wu An's instructions. But she could not do it. Easier said than done. So honey traps can't be used so easily. Lady White Rabbit sighed in her heart. Apart from that, there was also a lot of shame and disbelief in her heart. I'm actually doing this kind of thing? Why would I do such a thing? To seduce a stranger that you've never met before. The White Rabbit felt strange. This was not in her nature. Before that, she was just a pure itinerant cultivator who stood aloof from worldly affairs and cultivated happily. If anyone had told her that she would do such a thing today, she would definitely make that person her enemy. How did things turn out like this? Lady White Rabbit thought to herself. She was quite popular, so one day, Wu An took the initiative to look for her, saying that he wanted to give her a great fortune. At that time, Lady White Rabbit was still very wary. How could such a good thing happen to her? Was Wu An trying to swindle his money and body? In the end, he didn't. Lady White Rabbit managed the immortal opportunity business. She became the middleman. The demonic and lone path Gu immortals had a foundation of trust in her. Of course, the business was not good at first. But later on, the news got louder and louder. The Gu immortals saw it clearly. Next, there was a huge influx of people. After every transaction, Lady White Rabbit would get a cut. Soon, she had accumulated as much wealth as she had accumulated over the past few decades. Lady White Rabbit was shocked and joyful. Great joy descended upon her heart, and then quickly overflowed, making her feel as if she had been hit in the head by great happiness. But this happiness came too suddenly. It was too huge. She did not even show any expression of joy. Instead, she revealed a trace of fear and unease. She was afraid that this was all fake. She was afraid that this was just a dream after she fainted. Thus, she opened her eyes wide and asked First Supreme Elder nervously, "Why? There were too many questions in this why. Why did Love Gu choose her? Why did she become Spirit Affinity House's fairy? What was the reason for all of this? The first Supreme Elder did not reply directly. Instead, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, "You must have read the Legends of Renzu as well. In one of the chapters, it says so. Renzu obtained love, courage, and betrayal. He was no longer unable to move forward because of fear. He continued to walk forward. On this day, while he was walking, he heard a voice behind him. 'Oh Renzu, I finally found you. Slow down, wait for me.' Renzu stopped. He turned around and saw a snowman running in front of him. 'What do you want, snowman?' Renzu asked curiously. The snowman panted, 'Oh Renzu, I finally found you. I am the strongest snowman in my tribe. Snowmen are afraid of fire, but I want to prove that this is not the case. I have traveled the world. I have already conquered the bright light glorious ring fire in the sky, the azure divine stone cauldron fire in the ground, and the raging wave rising dragon fire in the sea. But I recently heard that there is a fourth type of fire in this world. It is called the fire of love. Once it burns, it can burn all life forms in the world to ashes. I don't believe it. I heard that you just obtained Love Gu, so I wanted to give it a try.' Fire of love? Renzu was curious. This was the first time he had heard of it. Thus, he summoned Love Gu and asked, 'Oh Gu, can you use the fire of love?' Love Gu answered, 'I can, but I cannot.' Renzu and the snowman were curious. They asked, 'What do you mean by you can, but you cannot?' Love Gu explained, 'I can because I need to use the fire of love. I cannot do it without me. I cannot because I alone cannot do it. I need at least 2 hearts.' 2 hearts? The snowman was a little worried. She took out her heart from her chest. This heart was huge and firm. It gave off a strong pressure. The snowman said, 'This is my heart of conquest, but I only have 1 heart.' Renzu said, 'It is fine. I have a heart too.' Renzu originally had a heart, but he gave it to the Hope Gu. Afterwards, he had a heart of loneliness. Self Gu was residing in it. He still had a heart of unwillingness. Thus, this time, he took out the heart of unwillingness. The heart of unwillingness was shriveled. It was thin and small, because this heart's blood and effort were almost all gone. Renzu had once used almost all of his heart's blood and effort in ordinary abyss to grow the plants of achievement. Love Gu flew into the heart of unwillingness and flew out again.